All right. Well, you guys have a good session.
All right, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hello. Let's see. Hi, Erin. Hi, Kayla. Hi, Ellen. How we doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. If you haven't met me, my name's Kimberly.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Has Debbie already started to record, or is she already?
Yeah, I was on here earlier and she pressed record already.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Hi, Ray. Let's, we have a lot to cover in a very short amount of time. So let's just get to it. Take a comfortable seat. And that might look like Sukhasana, where you're crossing your ankles to your knees, very compact, steady and grounded pose. You have a little more opening through the hips. You could take the accomplished pose, which is where you bring your heels in towards your pubic bone and your knees are a little wider. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but maybe another time we can get into that. But wherever you are, maybe sit in hero, where your heels are on either side of your hips. You sit back, holding your legs behind you. Just take a moment to check in with the ground below you. This is a way of resourcing where you are in space. We'll be covering some inversions in the next few hours. I'm going to put shoulder stand in the next session because it's a more cooling practice and it will fit well with the restorative practices and the nidra. And right now, we'll do some exploration on, what it means to begin to sequence. And we'll also look at some of the other inversions, whether we're talking downward dog or dolphin or headstand, or maybe some arm balances. We'll see how far we go. And handstand. Right now, think about lengthening from your armpits to your hips. And think about just creating a little more length away from those opposites, the hips grounding down and the armpits. We're not shrugging the shoulders up to our ears trying to lift, but more of this concept. It's a jargon-based cue of inner body bright. Side body long. And we'll aid that by just taking your thumbs to your armpits. My teacher, Christina Sell, calls this the proud banker pose. And just think about the suspender action, right, of lift. And it's real easy to lift up through the chest and pull the shoulders back, which is great. But we also want to think about lifting up through the upper back as well. So it's not a small extension or back bend, more neutral in nature. But this idea of side body long, so there's that thumb and the armpit to help lift there. And then take the hands away, but think about keeping that side body long, and then the expansion, inner body bright, not just the front body, but the back body as well. Oops, whoa. And now take in your breath, this expansion and contraction. Yesterday was a celebration of Shivaratri, Shiva, the Lord of Yoga, the deity of radical transformation, and also, it's a fierce form of destruction. And his bliss form of Nataraja, of the Lord of the Dance. Nata means to act, to dance. Nataraja is royal, the king, and the Lord of the Dance, of starting to move through these cycles of beginnings, of middles, of ends, and some of the illusions, the chaos that ensues when we're in those cycles. And the grace when we realize that illusion. So in honor of Shiva, which I think is a very fitting time as we move into asana, and we move out of the headiness, right, and this deep, the knowledge section of philosophy and ethics and history of yoga, and moving into, the energetics, and then moving into the anatomy, all this stuff that we're packing in the brain. And then as we move into asana, right, the postures, getting more into the energy of yoga in the physical form, the Shiva Shakti connection, Shiva pure awareness from the crown and from your third eye, right, of intuitive wisdom, and the embodiment of Shakti in all of her forms, of the Kundalini starting to rise. So as we move through asana, we start to awaken this energy, and we start to harness this energy. And in the tantric traditions, Shiva in his pure awareness and his form of the witness, the nectar pours down towards the heart center, and Shakti in her Kundalini energy rising up towards the heart center, and they meet in this deep rasa, this deep juice. Hope I can mute Debbie. There, good. So this is where we begin, is this idea of everything you've been learning, or maybe you're just starting, and that's great too. So it'll be a little bit of a reversal, but everything is this deep connection. And now bringing your hands together, and this is this idea of the hatha, the sun and the moon, or the masculine and the feminine, join together equally. And just take that in for a moment. Rest the thumbs at the sternum. And Shiva, this deep witness, this deep awareness that we are beyond our thoughts, beyond the ego, and get out of that I am this or I'm that, and move into a deeper sense of being the witness and observing. And as we move into asana, it's really important to remember that, not only as teachers as we observe, but as practitioners. and to also that deep reminder that we need to be where we are, and we need to allow these stages to unfold and the energies, the Shaktis to unfold. So let's begin our time together with 3 ohms, beginnings of the recognition of beginnings, of middles, of ends. And even that 4th state, the sound of silence. Exhale completely. Inhale deeply. Soften your eyes open. Release your hands. All right. So, if you have a belt or even a T-shirt or any sort of hand towel would work, but I'm just gonna play while we talk for a little bit. And oh my gosh, my husband and I cleaned out the garage and we moved a lot of stuff up into the attic. And I thought about this last night. Well, I thought about it was doing it, but I really thought about it last night as I was finalizing my prep for today and thinking, this can be interesting. My shoulders, right? So I was on the ladder and pushing boxes up, and my husband was in the attic and pulling the boxes up from where I was pushing them up. And anyway, so maybe my shoulders are gonna be great. Maybe they're gonna be tired. And I think that's something to think about. But that said, when we start to look at sequencing, and we're really just touching the surface of this with open hip and closed hip families. And when we get into the asana 2 next month, and then when we get into teaching yoga and the month after, that's where we really dive in deep into sequencing strategies. But this is the discussion, just the deep floss. This is the discussion about the open hip and closed hip families, and some of what you discussed yesterday in standing poses, maybe even in the discussion on swiveling and twisting. And we start to look at that when we map out our practices and our sequences. So that said, put your strap down. We'll play at the strap a little bit more in just a little bit. And but that said, does anybody want to give me a recap on what an open hip posture is? You don't even have to give me the explanation. You could just give me an example of an asana, or you could give me the explanation. Totally up to you. Thoughts?
The difference between you said open hip and closed hip, right?
Yeah.
So that would be both of your hips are facing forwards, so closed hip, and an open hip is one of your hips outward.
Perfect. Exactly. So does anybody want to give me an example of an open hip posture? It's perfect that definition, Amber. Thank you.
Warrior 2.
Warrior 2 is an open hip posture. And the reason is we've got one hip more in a neutral, and one hip open a little bit. It's another example of an open hip posture.
Yogi squat.
Yeah, and that one is both hips. That's a great example. Malasana, garland, is also what we call yogi squat. And that one is where your feet are turned out, your knees follow the direction of your toes, right to the corners and that diagonal, and then the hips follow. So we look at the structure, and when we look at structure, those are really great cues as we think about some of the teaching methods, which we'll also get into in teaching yoga. But those are things you'll pick up, especially when we talk asana, and some of those bony landmarks become really great cues. So that would be a symmetrical open hip posture. There's a few of those. What's another one that might be a symmetrical open hip posture, kind of along the lines of Malasana, garland, yogi squat?
Goddess.
Goddess, yeah. Goddess, sometimes called temple pose, goddess pose. The Sanskrit name is Utkata, and Ut means deliberate or intense, Kat is fierce, and Kona is angle. So Utkata Konasana is fierce angle, and it's the fierce form of the goddess, the Baidavi. Baidava is, Devi is the feminine, and Deva is the masculine. So there's the Shiva Shakti reference. So those fierce forms we get into, and that's where that goddess name comes in, for Kali and some of her fierce aspects, or Durgas for fierce aspects. So goddess, yogi squat are great examples of symmetrical open hip. Not to be confused with like a wide angle forward fold, which is not an open hip posture, right? Because the toes are straight ahead rather than turned out. And that's a closed hip, but symmetrical as well. What's an example of a closed hip posture?
Well, I think, where you're standing up and I don't even know what it's legitimately called. Big toe to hand pose. If you're doing it right in front of you, this would be closed then still. No matter how high it goes, it's still closed, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. So cool. That is Eka Pada. Eka means one, Pada means foot. Eka Pada Hasta. Eka Hasta. I'm just getting it wrong. Hasta means hand, Pada means foot. Eka Hasta, so one hand, one foot. Pada Gustasana, and there's an extension in there, and tan, it means to stretch. So that would be, straight out in front of you. Yes, and that's exactly right. That'd be a closed hip posture. And then if you wanted to open that up, it would be Padrita. No, I don't think it's Padrita. I can't remember what the Sanskrit is, but anyway, it's where you take the leg out, and then it would be an open hip posture. So great example. What else?
Mountain pose.
Mountain pose. That's a symmetrical one. Great. Yeah, I love it.
Are all back bends are closed hip, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And if you think about that for a moment, the importance of keeping the hips in a neutral, or moving towards a closed hip, where they're pointed forward, is an integral part of providing the support needed to move into a back bend. So yeah, exactly. Perfect.
What about wild thing?
Wild thing, Chama. Oh my gosh, dusting off I haven't used that Sanskrit name for a long time. Anyway, wild thing is Chamakarasana, I think. Anyway, that would be an open hip because of where, so if you think of moving from all fours or from downward dog, which by the way, downward dog would be a what? Closed hip. Yeah. So if you're on all fours and then, or on a side, kneeling side plank, that would be an open hip. So that's where we would grow, take the progressions, the kramas to move into wild thing. Or from downward dog, closed hip, and then you'd lift a leg up, right? And then you'd open the leg to move open and back into wild thing. That would be an example of open hip, which is an interesting posture because we're combining not only arm balance and inversion, but also getting into the back bend. So in that case, that discussion about the hips, that's where it becomes a really interesting phenomenon. And I don't know if we have time for that discussion because it's way a lot to unpack. But it's a good thread to pull apart for a while. I wanted to read a couple of things from one of Debbie's handouts online on the platform. She talks about her introduction with Shiva Ray in these open hip and closed hip families and why it's important with sequencing. And then one of Shiva Ray's students, Mark Stevens, right? So we're familiar with Mark Stevens' book, right? We use this book a lot, Teaching Yoga. He gives a general, actually it's not in Teaching Yoga, but we know him from here. It's in Sequencing Strategies with Mark Stevens. He talks about, I'm sorry, not sequencing, yoga sequencing. He says that standing asanas are divided into two categories: externally rotated femurs and neutrally or internally rotated femurs. Externally rotated femurs, the thigh bones, to unpack that anatomy language. That's important to do when we talk. So if we're going to use anatomy, great, love it. I think it's great. It's like using another language, and it's great to fire up the brain, but we need to make sure that our students, aren't left wondering what that means. So just unpack that language. Femur, thigh bone. Externally rotated standing asanas generally stretch the inner groin and thighs while strengthening the external rotators and abductors. And externally rotated or external rotators are outer hips, and the abductors are the outer thigh muscles. The adductors are inner thighs. Ab, take away, add, bring in. Okay. Internally rotated standing asanas generally strengthen the adductors and internal rotators while stretching the external rotators and abductors. So they complement each other. He goes on to explain the main reason we need to know the difference is that these asanas teach us about the integration of practice as we discover how the feet are connected to the legs, pelvis, spine, heart center, head, and arms, and ultimately the yoking to the breath and to spirit. And then it's really important for us as teachers to recognize how we understand the difference between those and how we place the foundation of that pose. And that would be the beginnings, the creation of the posture and the arising into the posture. How do we really root into that? What are the foundational aspects of that? So in this case, in standing postures, the feet. What are the feet doing? And that affects everything above that. So let's see. I think what I'll have you do now is just stand up and take your hands and place them at your on the sacrum, right on the lower back, and stand with your legs. I'm reading, so I'm not gonna do it and read. But stand with your legs slightly internally rotated. You might feel a broadening through the lower back as you do that internal rotation. And you're probably going to exaggerate a little bit more than you typically would. Now, turn one or both femurs out. And you might even feel a slight compression in that same area, in the lower back and the sacrum. And if you were to couple that with, and don't do anything huge. This is just an experiment in experience, just to understand that if you were to couple that external rotation with the femurs turning out from the hips with a gentle back bend, just a basic extension, you might feel some more compression across the lower back. Okay. So that's something to think about as far as what we're doing and why we do it, and the placement and how we move in to the practice. Let's see, what time is it? 12:27. My husband is going to be my example for something, and he's going to come up here in just a few minutes, but I'm not quite ready for him, so I'm just going to text him. So while I'm texting him, just to tell him he can come up in 10 minutes instead, take a couple of sun salutations and move through with your breath. There's no rush, so you don't have to do one breath, one movement, just to warm up the body and to get into a breath-centered practice. And I'll just text him really quick. And as you flow through sun salutations, and I didn't tell you to make it classic or A or B, so whatever feels right, maybe you've got your own little sequence. Sun salutations are in the neutral or closed hip family. And they also are in the sagittal plane of movement, which we're most familiar with. They are really great at building heat and creating some fire and intensity, not only in the body physically, but also within this idea of the mind moving in towards the body and the body rising up towards the heart, really to get into that deep yoke, the yoke, right, the yoga of connection. When I first started teaching many years ago, and even before I started teaching, when I started practicing, it was very common to move from warrior 1 to warrior 2 to warrior 3 to balancing half moon to revolved half moon to triangle to revolved triangle. And it was a lot of closed hip, open hip, closed hip, closed hip, open hip, closed hip, a lot of it. And if you think of the treads on a tire, and if you don't rotate and move them, there's a wear, and it can happen a lot over time. So maybe one time it feels great and it's different and it feels like a little dance and you love it. And in fact, I fell in love with the dance of the vinyasa of practice, right? Coming from a younger roots of form and structure, everything has to be pretty stern about alignment. And then I experienced vinyasa and I was like, I'm not going back. But understanding the need for both is really important. The next time you come back through mountain pose, just pause. There's no rush. Take your time to flow your way back in. Mountain pose, I'm sure, as Debbie made note yesterday, and you've heard many times from teachers, is the key asana to move us, whether we're moving into forward folds or to back bends or to balance poses, inversions. There's so many elements of mountain pose within every asana. So as you move into mountain pose, take a moment just to feel the weighted groundedness of your feet. Spread into your toes. And as you root down, maybe you feel a little bit of a lift through the arches. Draw your inner thighs back. And if you were to draw your inner thighs back only, you might overarch into the lower back and it might not feel great. And you might create a little too much of a tilt in the pelvis, right? The hips would spill and the lower back would cinch. And then relax that. Now draw your tailbone down, and if you were to do too much of that, then then there's a little bit of a crunch again, and things don't feel very supportive. So that balancing of inner thighs moving back and the tailbone down. Shift your weight. Now it doesn't matter which leg, just so that you can see your screen. But just shift your weight and step back to a wide mountain, we'll call it. The toes, this is a closed hip, right? Posture, your toes are straight ahead on the wide side of your mat. Hip points are symmetrical, doing the same thing. But there's an abduction, right? The outer thighs are moving out. So root down and feel that. But now think about the inner thighs lifting up and zipping up. So we still got that work. And when we move from a closed hip to an open hip, or vice versa, we need to offload the hip. So that's something to consider instead of, flowing from warrior 1 to warrior 2, warrior 3, and back again, or through triangle, half moon, and twisted half moon. We really want to think about the offload so that we have a little space in the hip socket where the head of the femur, the thigh bones, is in the acetabulum and the hip socket. So we don't really have to offload here. Is in a mountain pose. We'll get into that in a minute, but just turn one foot out. Doesn't matter. If you're mirroring me, it'll be your right. And we know the template for warrior 2 is heel to arch. We've got that lift. Now we still can work with inner body bright that we did in the seated posture, which was a seated mountain. Inner body bright and opening up through the shoulders. This comes into play when we get into inversions. And so I just really want to get a little heat before we go in, and plus this discussion about closed hip and open hip. Open hip postures are usually a little more accessible because it's that space on the sacrum. When we're in a closed hip posture like warrior 1, standing warrior, these standing closed hip postures tend to be a little tighter on the lower back end and the SI end and the sacrum. So hip open postures, standing hip open postures like warrior 2, triangle, side angle, are generally a little less intense for students, especially across the lower back. So as you work in your warrior 2, take a moment just to get grounded here. The tendency is that we kind of shift the hips, so we want to work on keeping the hips level, which means we've got to engage the back inner thigh a little bit more and the external rotators of both legs, but there's one that's more stable, a little glute work too. And from here, just so we can get into the little bit of the core that we're going to need for our handstand, take your hands behind your head and lengthen. So just lace your fingers and lengthen the crown towards the sky. From here, inhale, take your elbow towards the same leg. Exhale, come back up. Inhale, think about the inner body bright, side body long. Inhale over towards the lunged leg, that warrior leg. Exhale, lift back up. Couple more, inhale. And exhale. And inhale. And exhale. And now straighten your right leg and reach your arms up. Now, if we were doing a handstand, You know, in fact, one of those cues that doesn't really work, but it has become a thing is pull your shoulders down. Well, it doesn't really work because that's not the nature of the shoulders. The ability to have the scapula move away using the musculature of the back, the wings span and they lift. So that lift is great. We couple that with a few other things. So think of inner body bright, side body long, and then think about the front ribs moving in. Okay. So with your legs straight, lengthen, lengthen, lengthen. Inhale over the front leg, whatever that leg is for you. Exhale, use your core and pull back up. Inhale over. And exhale, lift. And one more. Now, if we were doing a standing pose practice, I'd probably have you go into triangle now, but we really are getting just core. Bend your knee and then pick up your toes and pivot. So now you're back into that wide leg mountain pose. Turn your other leg out and take the alignment that's best for you, whether it's the heel to arch versus the template, or maybe it's a little wider to provide stability. Your outer hip, move it back, inner thighs, zip it up. Notice if your hips kind of tilt, we want to keep them level. Inner body bright, so maybe that banker pose. And not just the front, you gotta think about lifting the back of the ribs off the hip pockets. Interlace your fingers again, but do it the awkward way. So you might have to do it the normal way and then do it the other way. Inhale over to the lunged leg and exhale, use your core and lift back up. And inhale over and exhale, lift. Here's the thing about inversions. We're always working towards, there's some sort of mini micro progressions. We always want to strengthen the core. We're talking handstand or shoulder stand or even headstand. We've got to get some elements of the openness of the front of the body, the strength of the back body. And now straighten your leg, reach your arms up, inner body bright, side body long. Inhale, lengthen over. It doesn't have to be very far. Use the strength of the legs and your core, and exhale, lift back up. I always want to bring in elements of core work to sequence into our inversions. And when we're teaching, we look for these little cues, and this goes into sequencing strategies when we teach asana in the teaching asana module. Get into this a lot more detail about observation, but we look along the way. How are our students doing? And then release your hands, bend your knee, pick up your toes. That's the offload. The knee bends, there's a little space in the hip, so it's not just digging in mortar pestle style. And then we lift and we can turn. And then you could either hop, that would be the eye underway, right? Or step your feet back to hip mountain pose. So there's other things that we could do to work through this. And since we're doing some shoulder work to get into handstand and headstand and maybe some arm balances, if you've got a block, grab it. Step to the front of your mat. I'm just going to come forward and I'll go back. I think that'll work. And step 1 foot back, coming into a warrior 1 pose. Template for warrior 1 is heel to heel. But just like I had you do that little exploration with your sacrum, that might be a little tight. So working the foot over might give you that awareness. And take your arms out in front of you with a block with a wide width. Just resting the heels of the hands on the block, and your fingers might reach and extend past. Left inner thigh, well, actually your back inner thigh. I don't know which leg you're doing. If you're mirroring, means your left. Your left inner thigh is rotating in, which allows the left side body to move forward, and your right outer hip is moving back. So one of the cues I use is crease the crease. Keep the work in your legs and take your awareness into your core and pull up through the deep core as if there's a zipper. Front ribs, the anterior ribs move in. That's really important work. And you might even squeeze into your left glute just a little bit in the buttocks muscles, no, the cheek, to open up into the front of your hip a little more. We need that for some of our inversions as well. With the arms out in front of you, lengthen like you're offering the block forward and move the shoulders away from your spine. It's called protraction of your scapula. Draw your shoulders toward each other onto the spine. It's retraction. Extend forward, protract. This little glide and slide is teaching the shoulder girdle and the muscles around it. Oh, a lot of work in the legs. So protract and retract. That they can work together. So they've got their own little melody, right? They've got the serratus anterior working as you protract. You've got the deep posture muscles, the rhomboids working as you retract. Come on in. You can come in, Rock. Now reach your arms up overhead, side body long, inner body bright. Hi. You're a little early, but you could warm up if you want with me. And then release your arms down. Step your left foot forward and your right foot back. Again, heel to heel or a little wider. Maybe take one of the cues that really resonated with you when you did standing work yesterday with Debbie and work with that. And keeping that work in the legs, add the arms. But this time, instead of using the block, take your arms out in front of you. It's one of my favorite things. And keep your elbows together. Turn your palms to face you. Keep your elbows together. Front ribs are moving in. Keep the work in your legs. Inhale. Exhale. Start to reach your fingers towards the ceiling. Keep your elbows together. Keep the front ribs drawing in. Inhale. Bring your elbows back to that starting point. Exhale. Glide your fingers up. Keep the elbows together. And inhale, lower. Couple more. This is teaching and reminding that glide and slide of the scapula and the tissue, the connective tissue on the ribs. That's what that does. We have protraction, retraction. We've got the glide and slide. Okay. And then release. And step your right foot forward. Okay. Since my husband is here, I'm going to utilize him as my student. He is my student. In fact, when he's like, okay, I'm ready to be teacher's pet, I'm like, yeah, you don't tell anybody that. But he is one of my favorite students. Probably because he's got a great practice and he's come, it's fun to watch the progressions. If we were together in studio, I would have you pair up and do some of this stuff. And also, especially when we talk about inversions, I don't practice handstand. I've never really loved handstand, but I've got a couple of disorders and it's just not smart for me. The integrity would be lost and I would injure myself. So this is where I would have somebody who likes handstand or wants to try handstand to come and be my student. That said, my husband is not a fan of inverting either. So we're just going to progress, and you might go a little further, and we'll see how it goes. And remember, I told you that cleaning the garage asana really did a number. The first thing we're going to do when we look at handstand is we're going to just come up to the wall, Rock. Guess you don't really need the mat. And face the wall. And you're going.
Would it be bad or something?
No, you're going to step away from the wall even more. And with your right foot on the floor, I want you to bring your left foot up parallel to the floor.
So I have to step back a little.
You need to step back a little further. And, he just did a little, not that far. He's got to do some adjusting. Yep, there's might be a little hop asana. Now, hopping is not really great. So we want to make sure when we extend the leg out in front of us that the standing leg, that the hip and the heel are aligned. Otherwise, guess what happens? That shortening in the sacrum, like we talked about, happens. So you could probably, and he's got tight hamstrings. So he's got a slight bend in his knee, which you can't see. And I don't know how to, unless I bring my computer with me to give you all 360-degree views. But this is a good starting point for him. Now, you can see the tightness across his back. And this is a lot of work. So right now, I want him to think about the banker pose, lifting up the armpits, right? Inner body bright, front and back body. And now reach your arms up overhead. And think about that inner body bright, but think about not your arms reaching up from your shoulders, but from your hips. Create a little more lift. Think about the grounding through the standing leg and through the leg that's on the wall. And now think about drawing the front ribs in to help support the lower back. Okay, all right. Now you can release, come to mountain pose. You might take a moment just to notice. You got a lot going on in that back leg, which is why I asked you to do some sun salutations before we started to really open up into the back of the body as well. And now do the other side. So it's really interesting. We kind of either move too far forward or we move back. And so we might have to do a little adjusting. Or maybe one leg has the ability to extend a little further. Or one leg we need to keep a little bend in the knee. But the same thing, we want to think about getting the hip and the heel on the same line. And also accommodating any tightness through the posterior leg, the hamstrings. Now, yeah, this feels like a lot. You didn't get enough stretch in. Want to take a couple of half sun salutes before you go into it? Okay. If I were you, I'd just come down for a minute and step this foot in a little bit because you're a little far back. That might be, yeah, okay. All right. So for Rocco, one of the things he needs to work on is, the back body. And then we already know that about my husband. Most people need to work on the opening through the back body. The hamstrings are tight, which then in turn pulls on the lower back, which then in turn causes some discomfort in the shoulders. So, okay. First, inner body bright, lengthen through the sides of the waist, put your banker suspenders on. Side body long, extend your arms, start to lengthen them up, and think about that extension coming from the hips. So now we're getting into the sides of the back, into the lats. Anterior ribs, draw the front ribs in, keep lengthening, and those shoulder blades move up, lengthen, lengthen, lengthen. Okay, and then release. Okay, and now come up against the wall with the back against the wall. In fact, I'll do it next to you. So if you take your back against the wall, get the back of your head on the wall, your shoulders, and if I take one hand behind my back, I'm gonna have probably a deeper. Let me just feel that. Yeah, I have a deeper curve, but I have more of a bubble in my backside than my husband does. So there's that. That comes into play as far as the cat tilts, right? The anterior and posterior tilts of the pelvis. So we want to think about the hip points on the front. This is a neutral place, working towards internal rotation of the inner thighs, which should help open up through the sacrum. There's that really important work, especially if we're going to flip upside down. And the front ribs move in. Now, this comes into play because once we get really strong mountain legs here, think about the banker. You can even put the banker suspenders on if you want, proud banker. Inner body bright, side body long. And then reach your arms forward like you had that protraction, retraction. Get those both going. So protract, move the shoulders away from the spine. Now retract. Front ribs, keep them knitting in. That's going to be deep core work. Inner thighs rotating towards the wall behind you. Now, think about keeping that retraction of your scapula, but reach forward in protraction. So you have both. And now start to reach your arms up. And notice if things change. If that curve in your lower back changes. We want to work on keeping the front ribs in. We want to keep the neutral pelvis and be able to really think about inner body bright from the shoulders, not that stretch from the arms from the shoulders, but all the way down into the sides of the hips, getting into the lats, the sides of the back, right? And now release your arms and step away from the wall. Okay. The next thing is, and I did this in my class yesterday without blocks. So I'm going to show you without blocks. My husband doesn't know what's coming, but it should be fun. So come down onto your back. By the way, that block work we did, I do this supine a lot. I do that forearm thing, supine. I do it seated, do it standing, kneeling. There's so many different ways to use the protraction, retraction, that slide and glide to get all of those muscles and that awareness going on through the shoulder girdle. So I mentioned we need our core for arm balance, because the core is that deep, deep connection that brings the upper and lower together, right? Otherwise, we could dump into the lower back too much, those release valves of looping energy somewhere could happen, and the lower back can get compromised. And depending on which arm balance we're doing, we can start to feel it in the neck, or in the shoulders, or in the wrists. So it's really important to have that strength of the core. So start here by just taking those, just a couple of really simple pelvic tilts, the anterior and posterior. But think about the tailbone moving, lifting as you pull the ribs and the hips toward each other in the front body, and then the tailbone dropping and the ribs and hips moving away. It's super easy to let, I don't know what the word is, flex and contract, and let bigger muscle groups do this, but deep, deep pelvic work and deep tilts of the pelvis, and that awareness, very subtle. Lots of strength there. This is getting the core online. Now, take out the tilts where the hip points, those bony landmarks on the front, and the pubis, they create that inverted triangle, right? Across the top, the hips, and then down towards the pubis. We want to keep that balanced and centered. And on the other side of that, we should feel that space in the lower back. And keep that strength. Think about keeping the front ribs moving in. Reach your arms alongside you. Let them arms rest on the floor for now. But think about that banker pose. Inner body bright, side body long. Oh, no. Don't keep your knees bent. With your knees bent, feet on the floor. Inhale. Think about the zipping up the front body, the ribs moving in. Think about the work you just did on the wall and trying to keep that neutral spine. Now we just brought the wall to the floor, right? And exhale, bring one knee up. Inhale, lower down. Exhale, the other knee up. But think about using just the core to lift, not your leg. Beautiful. Inhale, lower. Knees bent. Exhale, do one more each side. Front ribs are moving in. Inner body bright, side body long. And now, bring both knees up. You could do one at a time if that's your krama, if that's your progression, or bring both knees up. It's a lot more work. Knees are 90-degree bent. Flex the feet into dorsiflexion of the ankle, so your toes are pointing toward your shin. And as if you're standing or chair pose, think about that work. The inner thighs, think about moving them, that inner thigh spiral. Think of mountain pose here. Front ribs are moving in. Reach your arms, just hover the floor and reach from the armpit to the pinky edge of your hand. And from the thumb edge, pull back in. Straighten your right leg, reach the foot towards the ceiling. My husband's knee is still bent, just like he did standing, because he's got that tight hamstring. That's great, but that's where he's at. That's okay. And now bend the knee. Reassess, ribs in, zip up. Stretch your other leg towards the sky. I think that's your left. Inhale, lower. Do that again. Exhale, lift. Inhale, lower. Exhale, lift. This core work is really key. We haven't even lifted the head and shoulders yet. Now, Reach your right leg towards the sky. Dorsiflex your ankle so your toes are pulling towards your shin. That's going to help lengthen through the back of the leg and activate the front. And that's that reciprocal inhibition, that give and take. So the front leg is working. I can feel my husband's quads working, which allows a little more length in the back. Kind of when I asked you to squeeze your glute, you got a little stretch in the front of your hip. The hip flexors, when we were doing the warrior poses. Okay, same thing. Now, keep your left knee bent or start to stretch the leg at a diagonal. And it might be a high scissor or it might be more diagonal, depending on the strength of your core. Front ribs in, inner body bright, arms are still reaching. Got a lot going on, I know. And now draw your knees back 90 degrees. You can even give it a little hug and release the lower back. Probably feels good. Reset, front ribs move in, hip points move in. You didn't even know what you're signing up for, did you?
Everybody's using it.
Okay, again, reach through the arms. We'll get the hover in a moment. Let's get the legs first. Stretch your left leg to the sky. Dorsiflex, getting into the hamstrings by activating the quads. Reach your arms, hover the floor, lengthen from the outer hand. Inner body bright, side body long. That banker, even here in a supine pose, we can get that banker, suspender, proud banker thing going on. Keep your right knee bent or start to stretch your leg at a diagonal. It could be higher toward the sky. So for our students that are tight or they don't have the strength of their core yet, then up to the ceiling is going to be a much better option because they're going to build strength there. If there's strain, then strength can't happen. Strain walks in, strength leaves. It's better to have a little bit of movement in a lot of places than a big movement and then just feel like the body blew out. And then bring your knees in. You can give yourself a little love. How you doing?
Great.
Good. There's a progression for this, and I'm gonna show you and let my husband just take a little break. Maybe you can do a couple of sun salutes if you want, or something to get into your body. Except that I need that spot. That's the only part. But don't go anywhere because I still need you. So you could, if you wanted to watch or if you wanted to experience, it does require 3 blocks. You could maybe get away with 2 blocks, but you're gonna have to have a lot of strength in your head, not in your head, in your core to keep your head lifted. Okay, so the blocks will be, and you could be on the lower height. I'm gonna do mid height, probably because, I don't know, a little more challenge. It's gonna take a little bit of time, but you're gonna come down and the block that's I don't think I explained that very well. There's one block that's turned vertical and the other 2 blocks are horizontal on your mat. Whether you're on the low height or mid height is totally up to your body. So the first block is gonna go right underneath the head, right at the ridge of the skull, that occiput. The second block is going to go on the spine between your shoulders, right in the thoracic, right? That's support. And then that's the second block. The third block is going to go across under the hips. Same thing applies. We just are going to use the blocks to create a little more challenge. And it's really easy for me to see my energy kind of dump right now. It's easy for me to go into a back bend and use my thoracic just to kind of, right? Which is a passive back bend. A lot more strength to pull my front ribs in. Think about the hip points pulling in, that zipping up. So for beginning students, and if we're starting to teach, what we just did without the blocks is a great place to go. If you want a little more of a challenge and really focus on the balance aspect and the core strength, then the blocks underneath is great. Once you bring your knees up, if you're doing this with me right now, you can't turn your head to look at me. So you either watch or you do, but you can't watch and do. Okay. So, the core work, you could lift one leg at a time. You've got the strong neutral pelvis, and then you bring your knees up. And then you reach your arms and hover the floor. Side body long, inner body bright, front ribs move in, flex the feet, right leg toward the sky. Oh, I should have done a sun salute with you guys. Oh, my hamstrings are tight. Left leg scissor it, whether it's angled towards the sky or parallel to the floor. Oh, this is the same work that Rocco did, and maybe you did with him when you were standing at the wall. Just, different position. And lots, it is strong core. And then bend the knees, bring them back, reset, front ribs move in, zip up, stretch your left leg toward the sky, dorsiflex the ankle. Reset the arms, inner body bright, side body long. A little bit of a shrug, the shoulders pull onto the back. Stretch your right leg, whether it's angled towards the sky or parallel to the floor. Observe your breath, front ribs move in. Bend your knees. Now you can switch. And then it's nice because your core, your psoas can tend to tighten up, and then that pulls on the lower back. It's kind of nice to take that little bit of a shape of bridge. You're not really in bridge, but nice little stretch there. And then just incrementally lift. Oh, there's another thing you could do. You could take that block between your hands and slowly utilize that like we did before. I didn't even get there. Lots of fun things you can do. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're going to teach inversions, you can't just come in and say, okay, we're going to go into handstand without any sort of buildup. So you could practice components of these postures: core, open back body, strong front body, open shoulders, strong shoulders, and then build into it over a course of 6 months or a year. It doesn't have to be a one and done. Okay. If it's going to be a one and done, you really got to build it up into a clinic style. Okay. The next thing you're going to do is come to the wall. I'm going to use you again. So I'm going to just flip this mat so that I've got the support. And just have a seat with your back against the wall and your legs extended out onto your mat. Dorsiflex your ankles, toes towards your shins. Lengthen your spine. Side body long, inner body bright. Get your mountain pose here. Inner thighs. Think about that inner thigh spiral towards the floor. And now reach your arms out in front of you like you had the block. Protract, retract, protract, retract. I love doing protract, retract at home rhomboid push-ups in plank. We'll get there in a moment. Now, think about, as you retract and pulling your shoulder blades toward each other on the back, think about keeping that extension, even that action of retraction, and start to reach your arms up overhead, but keep that deep connection of the core. So don't give up that strength of the core and side body long to get your arms up. That comes with time. And release. Okay. Now make notice of where your heels are. And place your hands right about there. So I have a couple of mats that I can dig my heels into, and that leaves an impression. If that does that for you, you can do that. This mat does not. So I'm just going to put blocks kind of on either side of that, just so when Rocco comes down and brings his hands, it's going to be a very short downward dog. So bring your hands to where your feet are and bring your feet back to where your bum is. First, just take a couple of dog and cat tilts here. It's going to be a very short dog pose. Walk your feet a little bit wider, not a lot, but yeah. Now, think about inner body bright, side body long, and think about that lengthening that you did when you were standing and reaching your arms up overhead. But reaching from the hips all the way through the armpits. Something that I look at when I decide to start to incorporate handstand or headstand into practice is, does my student understand the importance of creating a hollow in the armpit, creating a lift in the armpit, and an integration of the shoulders onto the back? And I know this is a short dog. It's also really great to open up through the hips. You can bend your knees a little bit if you need that. Rocco's doing that. And also that lengthening through the back of the neck. It's important. Armpits lift. Wrap the underarms towards each other. And that's going to help bring that deep connection on the onto the spine. Now, from here, think about from your outer arm reaching down into the pinky edge of your hand. And from the thumb edge, pull the energy up the inner border of your shoulder. That should create a little more space in the neck. From here, bend your right knee and place your foot on the wall. And begin to extend, foot, so that the leg will become parallel with the wall, floor.
Yeah.
A little higher. Now it might not go very high, but we don't want it to go higher than the hip. Depending on your hamstring flexibility and mobility, you might not go as high as parallel to the floor. But start to push away from the wall. Yep. But straighten your right leg. Push your Okay, that's as far as you're gonna go. Nope. That's as far as he's going to go. Now, you might have a little more mobility where you start to push and straighten your leg and move your hips forward. He doesn't have that. It's okay. It's giving me a lot of information here. Information I already had, by the way. Now try the other side. You might have a little more mobility there. Keep armpits lifted, shoulders pulled toward each other, inner body bright, side body long, all the way from the hips. That's a little bit better. Push into my hands with your shoulders and move your butt forward towards your shoulders. Well, that's the next option. We're just not quite there yet.
Okay.
Rocco's like, I want to put my other foot up on the wall. And you can totally do that. That's the L stand, which is where we're headed, but not quite yet. Come back down onto, take a break. Take a knees down. I know. So, what happens if one of the body parts isn't ready to synchronize, and maybe that song isn't really melodic? Then the other parts are going to try and compensate. Thank you. And what Rock was trying to do was trying to force, right? He wanted to put up both feet up so he could push himself in, rather than use the mobility of the shoulders. That happens for a lot of people, not just you. The next thing you're going to do is turn to face the wall with a block, like child's pose. And place the block. It's going to go wide width, right between your hands. Child's pose. I'm just going to let you take a break for a second. When you come up, you're going to take that block between your hands like we did, right? When we were protracting, retracting. But now we're going to bring our elbows up to the wall. It's going to be awesome. Yeah. Nope, all the way up. Where the wall and the baseboard and the floor meet. And turn it so that it's wide. Bring your elbows closer to the wall. I'm asking a lot of my husband right now. He's like, what? And now start to bring your block back towards your back. That's the mobility aspect. What? Can you see it? It looks like, by the way, I'm reaching over my husband. I would never do this in students' class. This would be a wrong, inappropriate touch. Okay. Okay. So, yep, there he did it. Okay, so imagine my elbows are up on the wall. I'm in child's pose. Trying to do the child's pose action. I'm in child's pose, my elbows are up on the wall. And I'm gonna bring the block, pressing, right to my back. Which is a great way to bring mobility into this area. He was having a really hard time bringing his shoulders up over, or his hips up over his shoulders when he was in that L stand shape, that awkward dog shape that we were working with before L stand. So this is a nice way to get into mobility of the shoulders. You might have seen this. You don't have to always do it on the wall. I'm just giving you options. Another option would be child's pose, elbows on the floor, and resting the hands at the ridge of your skull. Just a nice way to get into the upper back, into that hard to floss place. Kind of what we were doing with that strap work, right? When we were having a little discussion earlier. Okay, come back up. And take your awkward dog. How you doing? Mm-hmm. You doing okay? Remember where your hands? Is that about right? Okay. The reason to measure is it's because when we create the L stand, we want to have a 90-degree bend. And Rocco's helping me out a lot. And he's tired. I know he is because we worked really hard. So that armpit lift, and then the armpit wrapped towards each other on the front and moving the shoulder blades in. That's really important. And I can already see that he's able to do that a little bit more because of that block work. Maybe you can feel it too. So the shoulders move toward each other, side body long, all the way from the side of the back, those hip pockets all the way down. And now you can bring one or both feet up. So you could work with the one knee bent, kind of like when we were laying on the floor, or when we were standing with the one leg on the ground and one leg up on the wall. Foot on the wall. Begin to start to straighten, push into the wall, but not bring your, you can bring your shoulders forward over your wrists. You can do that. Nope. Nope, that's not it. Nope.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's great, but that's not the
Okay.
Did you say your teacher's pet? Because I'm starting to wonder. Okay. Okay, so move your shoulders forward over your wrists. Push one foot into the wall. Think of standing mountain pose. Yeah, that's great. Keep going. Now bring your hips a little higher. Keep going. If you can bring both feet up, bring one foot up, push. Bring one foot up on the wall. I have my hands right in the hip creases. Push. Other foot up. Straighten. Straighten. There's L stand. And I'm using support. I'm getting, I'm using a strong. Now, inner body right, side body long. Soften the front ribs in. Okay. And then release one leg down, the other leg down. Child's pose. That's a lot of work. If it's not mobility in the shoulders that's an issue, maybe you're feeling wobbling through the hands or the arms. You can take a strap and make a loop. The loop is going to be about this, a little too wide. You want the arms parallel. And it'll rest right above the elbows, right? So retract, retract. Oh, by the way, retract, 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 and wrong. Chaturanga, you'd have to lower a little bit to take that, but same idea. Go below the elbows so you could get that same work and that structural integrity. Sometimes we lose that and the arms start to flop or the elbows flop, or it's just a lot to do. So you want this. We got to check on Rocco because, you know, he's got a broader shoulder than I do. Just a little bit wider, not much. Okay. This might give him a little more strength. By the way, the belt buckle shouldn't be on your skin because then it's just going to annoy you and then you're going to think about it or it's going to rub and it's not going to feel great. So just take that off. Okay, come back into your awkward dog. And think about pressing your outer arms into your strap. Spread into your fingers, wrap your underarms, lift the armpits up. Actually, lift the armpits up first and then wrap the underarms. Draw the shoulder blades toward each other in the back. That's really key. Side body long, inner body bright. Breathing in. Relax the neck. And then one foot up. Only hip height. Maybe not that high if your hamstrings are tight. If you have the ability to do this with a student in person, what I'm doing, right, I got a warrior one stance. I bring my hands right to those hip creases. Away from private parts. Hip creases. And I just give that awareness so that they can start to straighten. Push into your shoulders, yep. Lengthen, lengthen, maybe even look at your hands. Press into your legs. Beautiful. The next progression, and Rocco's not there, but the next progression, you can take a rest. You can take your straps off. The next progression would be to think about that work laying down, bending the knees, and take one knee, bend it, stretch it up while one leg's on the wall. The same thing we did lying down, it's the same thing we did standing, but now upside down using the arms instead of just the core or the legs. But the same idea. The next thing to do is to turn it around and to practice handstand on the wall. I don't know if you want to do that today. You want to?
Can I go?
You can go. Thank
Is that
you.
my options?
Yes, you can go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, that flexibility is really important.
Yes.
feel
I don't know if you can
I was
hear.
more flexible.
Yeah, I don't know
Do
if you
that
can hear
so
Rock, but
easy.
he's like, flexibility is so important. He's got a lot of upper body strength, but that flexibility aspect is really important. It's not just through the shoulders, it's also through the hamstrings. Because if the hamstrings are tight and it's going to pull on the lower back, then he's not going to have that the strength to use the core because he's just going to be too tight and it's going to kind of clench and that strain's going to happen. And I see a couple of you swaying around. That's a great idea. Thanks, Amber, for that.
Good.
Yep, thank you. The next option would be to, and again, I don't practice this, but I'm going to put a bolster. I mentioned last week, my teacher, Christina Sell, teaches, and she's got this on YouTube. It's great, handstand tutorial. And she calls it Ring the Bell, and she got it from Darren Rhodes. It's also a great teacher. But the next option would be to practice, you think of a bell, you know, on the wall, and I'm not even gonna attempt. I'm gonna show you where you'd start, but I'm not even gonna attempt. If you think of a bell up on the wall, the bolster gives you something to push against if you were to get up. Again, I'm not gonna get there, but it helps keep the, kind of like I had my thigh up against Rocco, his shoulders to push against. And with your hands coming down, right? Your hands come down and you think about ringing the bell. So, ding, ding. I have obviously a kicking leg. You have obviously a kicking leg. If Rocco wouldn't have been tired, I could have stood here. It's a lot scary as a teacher unless you really know your student. And they have their hands down and you put your fingers in their hip creases and they're in downward dog, right? And their shoulders are against your thighs. and then you tell them to kick up. Well, actually, before you kick up, you say which leg's your kicking leg. And whatever leg they tell you, you make sure that you're ready to move the other way. And then you can allow them to kick up and down. And the same idea that I did for him in L stand, you just flipped it around. If you have the ability to do that, make sure, so if you can see me right now, I'm in like a chair pose with the wall as my brace. And if you are doing some sort of adjustment like that for a student, you want to make sure you're in a healthy position yourself. Okay, so if you've got a bolster, great. If you can ding the bell once, try it with the other leg that's not your dominant kicker. Work on that. And then the next thing to do would be bring that knee, like you did lying down, to a 90-degree bend and hold it. And then hover and then lower and lift. Bring your other foot up to that 90-degree bend and hover and lower. And then slowly bring it up, just like you did. So I'm going to do it on the floor, right? The option I forgot to show you was the block between the arms and reaching the arms back. But this works too. So you kick one leg up. You got one leg up on the wall. You have your arms, right? And then the other leg is hovering in a knee bend. And then you could switch it, right? Whether you kick it up or you stretch. And then you could scissor away from the wall. So those are some options. And again, my wrist just won't let me do that. But if you wanted to, right? And it might look like a fluttery donkey kick thing going on. Okay, enough about handstand. Actually, that's not true. Yeah, it is true. I'll say what I was going to say for the next part. Headstand is similar in the work that we need to side body long, inner body bright, the protraction, retraction. We just bring it down. And you would think, well, no. Headstand, there's so many more opportunities for things to go wrong quickly because of the cervical, the neck. And if the pressure there is causing issues, it's not, we have to be really strong in that practice. So while headstand is a lot easier for students to move into, even with mobility and hamstring or flexibility issues or mobility in the shoulder or core strength issues, it's easier to attain. There's a lot of other things to consider. It's really important to know that. Handstand, a lot more forgiving. Not for the ego, but for because you don't have the pressure on the neck. So one of the things I look for headstand is downward dog. Can they hold downward dog? Do they have the strength in downward dog and the mobility, that lift through the armpit and the moving the shoulders onto the spine? It's shoulder blades onto the spine. It's really important. The deep core connection. Do they have the hamstring flexibility and mobility, and do they have stamina? It's really important. So downward dog is a prerequisite for headstand and handstand, but for headstand is where we're talking about now. And the next thing to look at would be forearm plank. And forearm plank could veer off into Pinchamara asana, which maybe we can talk about another time, but obviously not today. But the forearm plank, in fact, you could use that strap work again. Helps bring that shoulder into a really strong structural alignment using the straps to keep the shoulders out happy. You can take interlaced fingers, which is where we go in headstand. The headstand that we practice at Shanti isn't the tripod, which maybe you've learned, but it's this more structural. If you think of the equilateral triangle, we're using the strength of the forearms and those 3 points of the triangle to help us. And dolphin is the other posture. So if I'm going to move into headstand, dolphin might be my gateway posture into that with other options. So when we look at headstand, maybe in fact, I did that with you today, that interlacing the fingers. And I didn't take your elbows out in front of you, but this idea of creating a little more length. And then I might move it onto all fours, forearm plank, maybe bring some awareness into it that way. And forearm plank, so if you take thumb pit to elbow pit, and then interlace your fingers, or keep your forearms parallel, totally. And maybe utilize the strap, depending on how long of a practice you have with your students and how much time you can practice with them. We'll finish up with the headstand, and then I'll give you a little break, and then we'll move into a little question if you have it, before transitioning to the quieter practices. So forearm plank, all the other rule as mountain would just, belly down and not belly down all the way. So thumb pit to elbow pit is really important. And clasp your fingers or keep the forearms parallel, your choice. Then walk the knees out. And for me, I think that it's great to start to build the strength of forearm plank if you're on your knees, to pick up your feet so that you're not on the bony part of the knee, on the patella, but you're right above the knee on the muscle and the meat of the leg rather than on the bones. Okay. So from here, hip points pull in, the ribs draw in, the back body's long. And then if you're staying on your knees, you can stay. Press into the shoulders, from the outer shoulder to the elbow, and from the outer elbow to the pinky edge. From the thumb edge, pull back into the inner elbow, inner shoulder. And I'm already getting a lot of work, but maybe you walk your plank and pick up one knee, and then the other. Or from your toes, pick up one foot, and then the other. Just walking your plank. And keep that level. And then release your knees, lower your hips, and release your head. So if I'm teaching and I want to start to see how my students are doing so I can move them upside down, forearm plank is really important. And then from forearm plank, dolphin. Dolphin is a great gateway, not only for you as a teacher to see how your students are doing, but also for your students to determine if that feels more like home for them, if that feels like the progression, the krama, the bus stop. So again, the forearms could stay parallel. That's a lot harder to maintain, right? That strap work helps. So interlace fingers helps. And sometimes those elbows splay, which happens a lot in arm balances. And the elbows splay, and then all of a sudden we've dumped into the upper back and to the neck and the shoulders. So that equilateral triangle is really key. Okay. So again, thumb pit, elbow pit, clasp your fingers. Tuck one pinky finger in, and you might even imagine like a little ball right between your hands, and it stays there. And as you root down, then lift your hips, take your dolphin pose. Armpits lift, wrap them towards each other on the front body. Soften your upper back, draw your shoulders onto the spine. Your knees could be bent, and you could start to play with one leg up, and then the other leg up. And then the progressions to move into a headstand are very similar to handstand. The core work still is similar. We've just brought it in closer, right? And because it's closer, that means that the neck, if we're not ready for it, it's could be an issue. And I think I wanted to say that, and I haven't said it yet. A lot of teachers have kind of pulled away from teaching headstands, known as the king of the asanas and handstand is the queen. Baxter Bell, he has blog posts about why he doesn't do it anymore. Lots of teachers have talked about why they don't do it anymore. And one of the reasons is because the cervical is supposed to keep, we need that shock absorber of the curve there. And if we put too much weight and it flattens, or we can, if it flexes too much, then we lose the integrity, and those bones are so small that we could cause a lot more wear and tear than is necessary. And there might be another posture that does the same thing, which, by the way, would be legs up the wall. So if I'm teaching an active headstand practice, I might say, stay in dolphin, or move to legs up the wall pose, where you, and we'll do that later in the restorative practice. But legs up the wall pose is always great, whether it's handstand, headstand, shoulder stand, whatever. Okay, dolphin. And then the next option would be to take it to the wall. And very similarly, you would do the same thing, the thumb pit to elbow pit. But the one difference is, and I'm going to do it so you can see me, and then I'll flip it around to the wall, and then it doesn't translate as well. So if this blanket, so imagine this blanket is my wall. I bring my fingertips right to the wall's edge, and I'll flip it around in just a moment. But I bring my fingertips to the wall edge, and then I take thumb pit to elbow pit, very cozy, very intimate, and then fingertip back to the wall. And right away, I can see I just moved over, I just went over that wall. So it just takes a couple of times, thumb pit, elbow pit, fingertip to the wall, thumb pit, and that establishes where you're going to be in space. Because if you're too far away from the wall, then that space for the back, right, you're not going to have it like we did when we were standing, and we have the lumbar curve. If we're too close, we might flatten that curve, or if we're too far away, we might dump into the lower back. So that's what that is all about, is establishing foundation. Okay, so thumb pit, elbow pit, and then once we haven't moved, we've got that strength, then we tuck one pinky under, and if you think of a ball in between your hands, your head's not going to press flat. You're going to have the thumbs rest right up against the ridge of the skull. And if you think of like when you're balancing, that book on your head, I don't know if I can do a block. Yeah. So that's where the top of the head is when we talk about it. It's not forward on the forehead, and it's not back. And that allows the elongation and the cervical curve. So just think about that. And then that rooting down and lifting action. Okay, so that's it right there. Inner body bright, side body long. And then the rooting down. I'm doing it. I just have to flip upside down. Okay, we'll do that. And then I'll give you a little break in between our sessions. So, to the wall I go. Fingertip to wall, thumb pit, elbow pit. Check it a couple of times. Hopefully you can hear me. And clasp your fingers, tuck one pinky under, cross your thumbs. Press your top of your head if you were balancing a book on it. Press into the forearms. Armpits lift. Wrap the underarms towards each other on the front body. Press down. Walk your feet in. So it's like dolphin, we've just got the head down. And then the next option would be to bring one foot up. Maybe it's just the play of really focusing on the mountain, pressing down, no weight on the neck. And then maybe it's that little press and lift. Outer shoulder presses, inner shoulder pulls back in. Maybe you bring one foot off. The inner thigh spiral. if we were in studio, I would have you as partners have one student, the one that was the teacher or the observer, take a block between your inner thighs to squeeze the block. And you just start to work, maybe moving the foot off. Front ribs move in, zip up, inner body bright, side body long, bank your shoulders even though you're upside down. And then you slowly come down. And take child's pose. Whew. The contraindicators, obviously, high blood pressure, neck, shoulders, tired, glaucoma, LASIK. LASIK, you shouldn't even do downward dog. I know that because I've had LASIK. But anyway, some of those contraindicators are common sense things. But some of the other ones are fear. And fear can cause us to tense up. And when we tense up again, we're not really thinking and then moving that energy and having that energy come up to meet us. And we're just kind of flailing. So it's really important to bring some focus and that weaving together of the mind, body, and the energy of spirit of why are we doing what we're doing. Okay, so that said, if you would like, if you need to take a break, feel free. You need to grab some little nosh on. We can have a little discussion for a minute before we move into the quieter practices, but I'll let you take that break. If you would like to take legs up the wall until we're ready to begin again, feel free. And if you'd like to have me answer any questions, I am here and I will do that as well. If you want to take legs up the wall pose, I'll let you set up for that and I'll show it and then I'll just come and sit and chat if somebody wants to chat. You could put a blanket or something underneath your hips. I have students that love bolsters under their hips. I hate bolster under my hips and legs at the wall. It's really helpful if you come up against the wall, butt yourself, totally pun intended, but much easier than trying to inchworm your way up. And then when you come onto your side, whether or not you're using something underneath you or not, you flip yourself up and you're there. And I mentioned legs up the wall pose is a great alternative for someone that has something going on in their neck or their shoulders, or maybe, they are afraid. And that is a real thing. And if that fear is there, we need to remember that many breakthroughs of getting them into the strength of their core is really key before trying to ask them to do something where it feels completely foreign. And weaving, whether it's core aspects or mobility of the hamstrings or the knowledge of the inner thighs or inculcating the power of mountain pose or the strength of downward dog and plank, those are really important to weave into every class so that when you decide, as you look at your students and you think, okay, they're holding downward dog for several breaths, they've got the knowledge of what it means to have inner body bright, side body long, and they're able to engage their core and they're utilizing their core and core work, I'm ready to take it, and play with a little bit on the wall or play with a few concepts. That's the progressions. So not only the progressions for us as practitioners and as students, but also for us as teachers, not to think that we have to do it all at once. So legs up the wall, there's so many options, legs out, bound angle. And Feel free to stay. Feel free to go grab something, take a break. We'll meet back. Feel free to stay here and chat with me.
Kimberly,
Yeah,
I have a question.
sure, shoot.
When I go into handstand, it feels like pinchy, really deep in there. But I could do forearm balances or headstand, anything like that doesn't bother it.
Where
Um,
does where does it feel pinchy?
it feels like it's deep inside the center, kind of where the feels like right in the socket, I guess is where it would be. Like at the top where the um your arm bone goes into the shoulder.
Oh, it is shoulders. I see. And wait, in handstand?
Yeah, it's only in handstand. And I don't know, I just recently am able to support my weight on my wrist. I don't know if you remember, but I couldn't. I was
I
not
do
able.
remember. I was just going to ask about your wrists.
Do you think that's why? It's just like with the
It might be. Um, the next time I see you, and I know usually you got to get to kids and you got to get, home. Or maybe if you're planning on coming to the tree, maybe we could meet up a little earlier if that's an option, just so
Okay.
I can see it. The hard thing of virtual, as great as virtual is on so many levels, the ability to practice at home and all, and take care of things and not have to drive anywhere, that's awesome. But for both the practitioner and the teacher, it's super hard to translate something as technical as
Yeah.
arm balances. So if I could see it, that would help. If you're comfortable with
Okay.
that.
Totally. I think I'll come to your Sunday class next week at the yoga tree.
Yeah. And if you're okay with it, maybe we could even record it a little bit so that we could, and if you approved of that, we could upload it just as a teaching moment. Might be really helpful.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
When I asked Rocco, because I was like, I just can't put any weight on my wrists with handstand. I mean, I can do it for a second when I play to kick up, but trying to hold it and then that all the technicals of pulling everything in, I feel like I'm gonna blow my wrist out.
Yeah, I didn't know I could use my wrist. My kids and I, we like to play Simon Says Yoga.
Yeah.
And so my daughter was like, Crow. And I picked my feet up and I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my
That's
gosh.
exciting.
Yeah, it was so exciting. I just haven't really tried it because I don't know, just kind of gave up.
Yeah, let's look at it. I mean, it could be so many different things. It could be from compensating from not being able to. It could be a little bit of fear-based, which is a really true thing that
Yeah.
it can really draw into the physical. So I kind of just need to see it. It might just need to be because, forearm balances, it's more proximal. So it's not,
Well, that
right?
makes
That's one of the reasons it's easier. And that goes for crow as well, because the elbows are bent and there's so much more strength of pulling into the center. And not that crow's easy, it's simpler, but not easy. But that might be another aspect. But if you've got that, we just need to develop some new patterns, neurological and muscular patterns to really get into there.
okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah. So just practice some of your forearm balances, plank, the forearms. Just do some of that, just to, not a lot, because we want to be too tired, but just do some of that to continue to create that strong, that base.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Good
you.
question. Yeah, you're welcome. I don't know if we're all back or not. I guess I'm just going to talk like you are here. And if you're not, you'll get it later. So that'll work just fine. there is a lot when we talk arm balances. There's a lot when we talk about open hip and closed hips sequencing. There's a lot when we talk about the quieter practices and yoga nidra. And I could have spent, 5 hours in a shoulder stand clinic and not sandwiching open and closed hip postures and arm balances and inversions into, 3 hours. So just remember that that takes time. And in fact, I'm going to lead into this session with a story of a yoga practitioner, and she went to Africa, and she was on I don't know what program she was with, but some sort of outreach program. And she was observing the way that the women were carrying the baskets that had, some were carrying water and some were carrying whatever their loads were carrying with the baskets on their heads. And she was completely amazed by the strength and the grace that these women were carrying such really strenuous loads with such grace and almost an effortlessness. And when she's talking to some of these women, and she's just complimenting on their strength and their grace, and she said, I'd really like to know how and learn how to do this. It's just so beautiful. And they kind of laughed, and they said, well, we learn this as very young girls, and we learn this with, just carrying ourselves upright. And then they start with just very small, with just the empty basket on the head. Kind of like I think of the equivalent, I don't know if I might be giving away my age, like my wrinkles would give away my age. But etiquette classes back in the day, and where you walked with the block or the book on your head, right? To work on posture. So they started with something very light. And from there, they put in their basket a can or a rock. And from there, they added a little more load. But in between the loads, they worked with the consistency and the effort to build the strength. And it was a little bit over a long period of time. And whether we're talking about the load we're putting, because we don't walk on our hands, right? That's not typical. So a little bit, it might not be even walking on the hands. It might be holding a plank posture. It might be holding a downward dog. It might be utilizing the strength of the core and understanding the relationship of the way that the feet inform what's going on in the hips, inform on what's going on in the shoulders, inform, and vice versa. And the inculcating that inculcation is in fact, I wore this shirt on purpose. I don't know if you can, my recycle shirt. Reduce, reuse, recycle, repeat. This idea, especially when we're talking about our postures and our cues, and always going back to mountain pose, there's so many different beautiful cues that we can give for mountain pose, and then we can take that out into another posture and say, utilize the strength of mountain, utilize the stability of mountain, keep the roots of mountain as you move into XYZ. And this ability to repeat, reuse, and recycle, reduce, I guess, reduce, I like that too. You're going to make it much more salient, much like a sutra of the very few words, but every word so potent. And then you start to pull the sutra apart, and there's so much richness, just like the weaving of a thread, right? Or a textured garment, and the pulling apart, and so much richness within it. Very similar. We learn how to reduce and make every word potent. And then we start to pull it apart. And sometimes we use anatomical cues, and sometimes we use the positions of the body or muscular strength or some biomechanics action. And sometimes we use the postures themselves to inform other postures, like mountain, or keep this work here, add this. And that's a linking strategy that we'll get into in teaching yoga and teaching strategies. This is what I wanted to say, and then I decided to save it for now. While there's a lot of different ways to teach the inversions, whether we're talking headstand, handstand, or shoulder stand. And I mentioned, headstand might be easier for students to move into, one closer to the floor, more proximal to the main structure of the skeleton, right? The spine in that alignment, rather than farther away in the distal of the hands and handstand. But the risk is there's more risk there. And depends on the style of yoga. In Ashtanga, they would flip it, and I think in the Bikram practices, although I've only taken Bikram a handful of times and studied it just a little bit, skimmed the surface really, they can reverse it where shoulder stand might come in front of headstand. But the way I've been taught is that headstand is a heating practice, or heated practice. It's a lot of vital energy and a lot of prana, of upward expansive energy. And shoulder stand is a cooling practice. So if we were going to teach an intermediate to an advanced class, we could put headstand at the beginning of practice. It would be perfectly fine. But if we need to make sure our students have, and if you have students that come to your class twice a week for a very long time, that might be an appropriate thing to do, to start your practices not at the very beginning, but towards the beginning of your practice with a headstand, and then at the end of the practice with the cooling shoulder stand. If we're building up and leading towards an inversion like headstand, we probably wouldn't put that at the beginning of a class, and would probably put it towards, middle to the end. We wouldn't put headstand after shoulder stand, at least the way I've been taught, because headstand, as I mentioned, and handstand are heated practices. There's a lot of invigorating energy there as far as the prana goes, and shoulder stand is a lot more cooling. And I mentioned, they are referred to sometimes as the king and queen of the asanas. So this idea of the more heated, right, masculine and feminine. And again, shoulder stand, there's some, even though headstand's got some things going on, I might teach shoulder stand to students a little more before I teach headstand, but I would never teach shoulder stand and then headstand. I guess that's my point, that there's the heated and cooling practices, and that's where we put it. So as we look at shoulder stand, some of the things to consider, again, would be the neck. The cervical spine tends to lose the curve, and that shock absorber, that curve of the cervical spine is really important, integral. So we want to always look at keeping that. If I kept Rocco up here, we could have talked about his neck, and he needs a little more cushion to create that support than I do. That said, I still need some support from my neck. And unfortunately, we don't have, x-ray machines in the studio, in the foyer or the check-in. So we can just do a quick body scan, make sure there's no bone spurs or any discs that might have slipped or anything. And so we have to really give our students the ownership to listen to their bodies and to lead them through these micro progressions that are going to create those mini breakthroughs rather than those major breakdowns where they are like, I'm never doing that again, right? Maybe you've experienced that before. I have. It's debilitating, and you feel shut down. If you've ever, I'm not talking the ego. I'm talking about if you feel like there's an injury or if you felt like crushed. And maybe even ego can. I think that could work too. So when we get into the cooling practices and the quieter practices of restorative postures or yin postures of yoga nidra, we also look at shoulder stand. So that's where we're going to go, and then we'll move into some other restorative quieter practices, and then into a nidra, which will be really sweet, especially after all of the work. I do want to invite you, if you have any questions about what we did in the last 90 minutes or so, to share now, whether you do it in the chat or if you want to unmute and ask me, feel free. I'll give it a couple of minutes while I get things set up. Take a sip of water. Maybe I'll ask, do you love handstand? Do you hate handstand? Do you want to love handstand?
I want to be super awesome at handstand. I think it's super cool.
It is super cool. It is super cool. It's really exciting to watch that effortless lift. It makes it look like the dance right there. So much going on. I totally agree. I love to hate handstand. There, that's me being very honest. No, I hate to love. No, I don't love to hate handstand. I don't know what I'm saying. I have a love-hate relationship. I'm not quite sure which way it goes. When I was younger, didn't have some of the issues, health, physiological stuff going on now. Handstand was kind of a nemesis, like I had to prove something. And I remember when I finally stuck handstand, how it was an exhilarating moment. And very short-lived, right? Because then you come crashing down, or the next time you go up, it's like it doesn't feel the same, depending on your mood or depending on what's going on in your life, whether it's physical, mental, or emotional. And I think that's that love-hate part, is that it's just one of those. I couldn't rely on it like I could, downward dog or my warriors or even my plank, which I could hold, forever. And I think that was really probably the ego buster for me, of understanding that there were times that I could feel like, even though I was efforting really hard, lots of strength, lots of patience and focus, I could totally do it. And then other times, no matter the intensity or the focus, it was just not going to happen. And I think that that's what I don't know. I love that part, but it's taken me a long time, because that's the ego dying, right? It's just one of those understanding. Sometimes it's great, and sometimes it's not. For me, and some people, it's different. And I think that's an interesting discussion as well. Anyway, anybody? Nobody?
I have a question. This is Erin speaking.
Hi, Erin.
Hi. I have a question about the open and closed hip that we
Yes.
discussed in the beginning. Could you define the difference for me again? Is it where your feet point or?
Well, yeah, and sure, the foundation has a very strong proclivity to whether it's an open hip or closed hip posture, especially standing. Obviously toes straight ahead and the hip points straight ahead. This is a closed hip. It's not even closed hip, it's more neutral, right? We're not closed or open. Although with the inner thigh rotation, that allows that widening of the sacrum that I allowed you to, or not allowed you, but I had you experience. That's closed hip. And then if you think of stepping back to warrior one, even though my back toes are turned out slightly, they're still in a diagonal, and the template is heel to heel or wider, depending on what's going on in that across the lower back and the sacrum. So the foot, rather than turned out to the back at that diagonal, allows for the side of the body to move forward. Years ago, in fact, I used to say this, I think Debbie probably said this, I'm sure she said this to you, probably got it from one of my early teachers, but it used to be, we'd say the hip points as if they were flashlights, beams ahead. Now we recognize, because of what's going on through the lower back and that the wear and tear across the front of the hip and the ligaments and the connective tissue, we don't want to try and put us in a position where it's just cranking and cranky on the lower back, that we don't focus so much on the hips, although they're working towards the front. It's more about the sides of the body in the same direction. So warrior one, lunge, high lunge or crescent lunge, low lunge. Warrior three, Harvrita Ardha Chandrasana, revolved half moon. And let's see, that any twists where we're moving, not an open twist, but the across the body twist. Those hip points are working in that same direction. The sides of the body are in that same area or that same direction. That's a closed hip. And when we work with sequencing, we want to make sure that we're not going from warrior one. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to offload. So I'm going to pick up my toes and pivot. If back in the day, we didn't offload. We just, from warrior one, we'd open to warrior two. And that wear and tear across the hip can cause, over time, some kind of like the rubber band that loses it kind of deteriorates, and just, even when you pull and all of a sudden it just poof and dusts, right? So that's that open hip, closed hip, open hip, closed hip. That's what happens across the hip and into the low back. And it can just cause the mobility and the elasticity and the strength just to poof, kind of like those elastic bands. So warrior one, crescent, high lunge. Warrior three, pyramid, all in that same trajectory of the body and the hips in the same direction, compared to the warrior two family, where one hip right? Moving towards its knee, that front knee, and one hip opening out to the side. Doing different things, and open hip. So still the body is in one direction, but now we've got a hip moving, right? That external rotation here, and then an internal rotation in the back leg. That makes sense? We've got open hip in the front leg, and then a little bit of a neutral, and working towards closed on that other side. Does that make sense? Triangle, same thing. Balancing half moon. Same thing. So one of my favorite flows when I back before I understood the difference between, or not the difference, I knew the difference, the significance of working between closed hip and open hip families was, taking warrior 1, warrior 2, warrior 3, half moon, twisted half moon, triangle, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and that just causes so much the wear and tear into the hips and the lower back, and a lot for the neurological firings as well. It's just a lot of confusion as far as our neuromotor, the neurological motor skills go. There's just lots of crisscrossing. So hips closed, hips, feet to an extent, because we've got a little bit of an angle in warrior 1, just not as great as warrior 2. To allow both sides of the body to move forward, looking for that mountain pose, compared to the open hip family where the front hip is in external rotation and the back hip is in a neutral to a slight internal rotation. Does that help? Or did I muddy it?
No, that helped. I really liked the flashlight example. That was really helpful for me.
Okay. We're trying not to just recognize, did Debbie talk swivelers and twisters yesterday?
Yeah.
You know? So, we used to say in triangle, imagine yourself between 2 panes of glass. And now we recognize that some bodies can't do that, whether it's genetics or age or DNA, right? DNA and genetics, same injuries, lifestyle, short hamstrings, sitting at a desk. That's what, and some people can swivel, and they can only do so much. And some people have the ability to twist and open and stay strong on one side and open up into the other. And others, it's enough just to open just a little bit and swivel a little bit. So that flashlight, something that we used to use, the window panes, something we used to use. Now we're recognizing that it's not so much that way, but the visuals do help. So more of, instead of the hips, that flashlight, just the sides of the body, really that inner body bright, side body long, and moving them into a mountain, even though we've got one back leg that's doing a little bit different thing. There's still an internal rotation where the inner thighs are still moving back rather than, that opening. Okay. But yeah, good. I'm glad that resonated. Anybody else?
Kimberly, can I see if I can summarize that? This is Ray.
Yes, please, Ray.
So if I'm wanting to move between warrior 1, warrior 2, and warrior 3, rather than just making that transition from one to the other fluidly, come back to mountain, or something that's a more structured stance to avoid the over friction of the hip socket. Did I hear that well?
Yes, I think so. And I'm just going to recapitulate it back and see if it lands. Actually, I'm going to say this. Warrior 1, warrior 2, and warrior 3 kind of fit with the mythology of Virabhadra, of the warrior. Not in the physiology or the anatomy of our hips, and definitely not thinking about the biomechanics of load on the joints and load of or torque. So if we were to take mountain pose, warrior one, and if I were to do it, and again, I'm going to do it and I'm going to offload. So offloading makes this accessible to go into warrior two. Back in the day, I used to just, and I'm not going to do it because if I'm going to pretend to do it this way, because I've already experienced a little bit of a labral tear in this hip, my more mobile side, by the way. But if I were to go from warrior one and then open into warrior two, that's pulling across the hip. But if I offload, right? So a little bit of a bend in the back leg, that creates a little space, or picking up the toes, and I pivot, coming to a neutral place, with a wide mountain pose, right? Then I can move either back into that warrior leg and open hip, because I've offloaded a little bit. I've taken some of that pressure rather than grinding in that. Debbie uses, she got it from somebody else, but recycle, reuse, it's all recycled. That mortar pestle. Instead of digging in and then all that, just digging joint into bone, right, and to connect the tissue and ligaments and all of that, that offloading helps. Then you can move into your warrior two. And another way to do it is to first do warrior two family. This is the easier, more accessible than the warrior one family. Even though warrior one is one, doesn't mean this should be done first. It's a lot harder to bring those side body long and to think about that structure of the hips and keep the lower back happy. It's a lot easier to move into warrior two family, whether it's warrior two, peaceful warrior, revolved warrior, extended side angle, triangle, even half moon, although that's changing load too, but still open hip. Those are easier and more accessible to more bodies than the warrior one family. So you could do those. And then just kind of like a palate cleanser, like if you think of a sherbet or a sorbet, then you could, come back down, reset, right? Whether it's a flow, or maybe you just take a Ardha Hanuman or something else, or maybe the vinyasa through. And then you could come back in and realign into your warrior one, or your crescent, or your warrior three before going into the other side. So you take your warrior one. I've got a wider stance than heel to heel just because I've been working hard the last few days, and I've taught a lot of yoga and moved a lot of boxes. So my legs are wider. It's going to allow my back, and then this strong core strength, and then that offloading of just lifting a little bit, creating a little space in the hips to turn. Could do that, or I could take my warrior two family first. Before coming down, downward dog, playing chaturanga, or I really love this. This is neutral, right? This is hips closed. Lunge, Hanuman. Then returning and taking warrior one. High lunge. Warrior three. Or warrior one. Step the foot in. Pyramid or half pyramid. Revolve triangle. revolved half moon. Warrior 1, Warrior 3. So I would invite, before trying to offload so that you could transition between those. I'm not saying you can't, because I like doing that and I do it with a lot of thinking through and why am I doing it. But think about keeping the families together, keeping the hip open families together, and how that might give you a little more space to the back, allows a little more strength through the sides. Think of that work we did in the side. That's great stuff. And then as you cleanse the palate, whether it's through the vinyasa of downward dog, plank, chaturanga, cobra up dog, or some other little neutralizing flow, right? That neutral place, symmetry. Then you can, and do both sides. Then you can move through and do the other family and play with that and get to understand that relationship, to understand some similarities and also the things you can teach with that. And then you can move a little bit into some of the other stuff. And we'll talk about that more in the coming weeks because it is a lot of information to understand why. But to move from Warrior 1 to Warrior 2 to Warrior 3 is a lot of load. So if we're going to do it, we've got to understand why. And if there's a better way to do it, then probably should. So I think the inquiry, the homework is take three open hip family standing poses and link them in some way. And then think about the palate cleanser, the sherbet, the sorbet, moving through, whether it's the vinyasa, right? The Ashtanga vinyasa sequence, downward dog, plank, chaturanga, or maybe some other little thing like I just did, that low lunge to half a monkey or something else. Palate cleanser, and then come back through and do the closed hip. Take 3. Think about the relationship, not only between the 3 closed hip or the 3 open hip, but also how you can integrate all together. And then maybe we'll talk about how, if we're going to move from open hip to closed hip, that there's got to be some offload somewhere to create the space in the joints. So that mortar pestle, you like that face? I'm so glad that's recorded for all history. That we don't grind into that. Okay. Good question. Did I answer it, Ray? Did I make it?
Yes, I totally get it. Thank you. That was very clear.
Good. Okay. Shoulder stand. Shoulder stand really needs inner body bright, side body long. And even though we're not shrugging the shoulders in shoulder stand, I might even say shrug the shoulders, even though I'd never say that in any other posture, because that banker pose, that's what we're really doing. I'm not asking you to shrug your shoulders up so that your ears and your shoulders are scrunched, but that proud banker or proud farmer surveying the land, I don't care, whatever suspenders you want to put on, totally up to you. That inner body bright is there. Keep that inner body bright. Just take your thumb pits away from your armpits and keep that. And then a deep integration. That all comes into play into shoulder stand, just like it did in handstand and headstand. So come down onto your back, but with a block. And yeah, we'll just do this first and then we'll talk about it. Before we use the block, before we use the block in bridge, let's just take a bridge pose. Bridge is an inversion as well as a back bend. And just think about the proud banker and just think about that proud banker, shoulders shrug, right, up to the ears. But not so much the shrug up to the ears as the inner body and the side body along. And the side body, we're getting into the sides of the back, the lats. Okay, so keep that. And maybe even a little bit of a roll. Just lift one shoulder and tuck the shoulder under, just in towards the spine a little bit more. Front ribs draw in. Press into your feet. Lengthen through the arms and activate the triceps, the back of the arms. Pull the thumbs toward your armpits. Press into your feet equally and lift your hips up into a bridge pose. Observe your breath. It's really important when we lift onto shoulders, whether it's bridge or shoulder stand, that we don't turn our gaze. We want to protect the neck, the cervical spine. Keep reaching from the outer fingers, reach long toward your feet, and from the thumb edge of your hand, pull that energy back. So this eccentric lengthening of the arms, the triceps. And now lower down incrementally. So vertebra by vertebra, just the upper back and the thoracics and the lumbars. And release. And now take your block and let's just start with a short height. It could go across horizontal on your mat, or it could go vertical. It's totally up to you. I've been in classes where I've put it horizontal, and I've had teachers come and say, "Oh no, put it along your spine." And I've had teachers where I've put it along my spine, and I've had teachers come and say, "Oh no, go across." So I'm going to tell you to do what feels supportive and stable. Okay. Now, inner body bright, side body long. So there's that little bit of a shrug, and roll your shoulders towards each other on the back. Just a little bit of a lift. Reach long. And even though the hips are going to stay on here, just really focus on the feet for bridge. Maybe even think about pulling your heels toward your bum. So you get into the hamstrings a little bit. Like little kicking action, even though you're not going anywhere. Oh my gosh, my hamstring just Charlie horse, because it's like, that's a lot of work. You could stay here. This is something that I would offer students if they don't want to put any pressure on their neck and shoulders, that this would be a great place. And I would also invite them to legs up the wall. And you know, if I have new students in my class or my class is new to me, then I always make sure that they know what that looks like. I don't assume. Then I'll say you could stay here, or maybe you flip the block up a height. Always that reduce, reuse, recycle, repeat, my cues of reminding students to keep the gaze towards the sky, straight ahead. Or maybe turn the gaze inward, but to remind them not to turn their head side to side to look. Really focus on keeping the back of the neck long. And from here, I could say, okay, bring one knee up. A little bit of a flexion in the ankle, dorsiflexion. And lower. With control. Bring the other leg up. Dorsiflexion the ankle, toes towards your shin. Side body long, inner body bright. Lower down. Maybe that's the work. that I choose to do. In fact, I'm incorporating a couple of things. Incorporating the inversion, which is great. Benefits of inverting. I'm also incorporating some core work, using the core to help bring the knees up. Utilizing the deep synchronization of breath and body, focus of mind. And also the back bend benefits of the open chest, front body, and strong through the back body. And then come back into your supported bridge. If you flipped up to a taller height with your block, flip it down to the low height. Realign. Doing micro progressions again. And now take the block out from underneath you and lower. Walk your feet out. Arms could go wider, elbows bent. Little windshield wiper sways. And just think about that side body long that's organically happening rather than the focus work of side body long when we're in bridge or in that supported shoulder stand. We're going to take a different version of supported shoulder stand in just a moment. Oh, much like handstand and headstand, there needs to be the mobility in the hamstrings and the strength as well to be able to lift. There needs to be strength in the core, and then we also want to think about that lift of the chest and the back of the neck long, like bridge. So bridge is really great in building strength and heat in the posterior, the back body, and allowing that opening through the front body, especially if we go into shoulder stand where we're going to create a lot of flexion in the front body, and we want to have some of that openness and mobility and that strength going on. So, if I was doing a shoulder stand clinic class, I might incorporate some core work in there somewhere. I've definitely put in some downward dog, so maybe even some belly down back bends like Shalabhasana. Fact, let's take Shalabhasana. Come on up. If you have a blanket, take your blanket, and if you don't, a towel would work. But take your blanket, and it's going to be a pretty thin fold. If you don't have one, that's okay too. We're only going to be here for a minute. But just make a little fold, or maybe one more fold, right? It's going to, that fold is going to rest right at those hip points on the front of your body, the ASIS. And so it's going to take you a little time to get there. That blanket fold it's kind of like a Princess and the Pea. Remember, very subtle, but she could tell. So it might not feel like anything right now, but it's going to give just a wee bit of awareness into moving the heads, those hip points back, and allowing the pelvis to move back so that we have the strength to move into a back bend. We're going into the back bend more for the shoulders, for the shoulder stand, but it's also great to get into the back body, especially if we're going to fold into the shoulder stand in a little bit. So take your arms back. And you could rest your forehead on the floor. You have your gaze turned one way, one side of your face on the floor. The fold of the blankets right on the hips points. Now turn your gaze toward the floor, and just maybe fingers can be grounded like gecko fingers, or your palms could be down, or your palms could be up, or palms in. Totally up to you. Inner body bright. Might even feel like you're shrugging your shoulders, that proud banker, proud farmer. That already lifts the chest off the floor. The back of the neck long, that's going to help keep the neck happy in the cervical spine. And so a little bit of a chin nod toward your chest. Curl your toes under. Drive your pubic bone towards the floor and your hip points towards the blanket. And with your toes curled under, just think about pulling your toes toward your shins to activate the front of your legs. And then release your toes back to the floor. Release down. This might be enough, just that lift. So again, lengthen, inhale. Exhale, zip up the core. Hip points press down. Inner body bright, proud banker, proud farmer. Start to lengthen. Back of the neck is long. Chin nods forward just a little bit. Fingers could stay grounded or palms in or palms up, your choice. Or clasp your hands. And with the heels of the hands together, start to move your hands back. But think of that inner body bright, side body long. If we're doing a back bending practice, I might have you play with the feet too. But right now, we're just really focusing on that inner body bright, side body long for the shoulders and the work there. And now release. Child's pose. And come on up. Okay. I have Iyengar roots. And in my younger yoga, there's a lot of watch asana, meaning come watch what I'm doing and then go back and try it. And now come watch what I'm doing with this prop and then go back and try it. And come try it with this prop and come back, right? So a lot of that. And there's a lot of props. Blankets and shoulder stands from that training are not just suggested, they're integral. And you take a blanket, pretty wide, thick fold, I'm not going to double up anymore. And if I were going to do this off the wall, it would look like this with the folded edge. It would be towards the head of my mat. And when I come down, and if my husband was doing this, I would have 3 of these blankets for him because of his neck. I could probably do 2. I might grab another one in just a minute. I can get away with 1, but 2 is a nice way to go. And then your shoulders are going to rest on the blanket about an inch away from that fold with the head on the floor. We're not going to go there quite yet. We're going to there's an art of blanket folding in yoga, if you didn't know. That probably should be a module. Sort of kidding. If you're doing more than 1 blanket, they're going to be a graduated slope where one will come in a little bit. And that provides the ledge. It's going to keep the curve of your cervical spine happy, the curves there. The next option would be even to go a step further, and you'd fold your mat over to create a sticky edge so that your arms don't slip. So if that's something that you want to do, feel free. I'm not going to, but I mean, I like it that way, but I'm not gonna do it right now, just because I'm flipping around to go on the wall. Okay, so I'll give you that option in a minute, but right now I'd like to incorporate some of what we did with bridge and the supported block bridge into supported shoulder stand with the blankets and the wall. This requires a little work too, but with your, remember your shoulders are on the blankets, and so if you've got the graduated folds, then it will be on that first blanket, not on the last. And I'm too close. I think I know this by now. What you want is your, I can't believe I'm so far off. You want to think about bridge with your toes up on the wall. It's a nice little stretch for the connective tissue of your feet. The head is not on the blankets. Otherwise, you'd still flatten the curve of your neck. So the shoulders are on your blankets or blanket, about an inch away from that folded edge. And so those firm blankets and the art of the fold is really key to support the neck, which is really important for us. And the toes are up on the wall, and then you slide the block underneath you. Even though I wouldn't use this cue hardly anywhere, it works here because of the way we're going to work with it. But think of inner body bright, side body long, proud banker, shrug the shoulders, roll the shoulders underneath, reach long through the hands. The invitation to keep the feet grounded is always there, to be in a supported bridge pose. The reminder that you could take your legs up the wall and forego this is also great. And the contraindicators for shoulder stand would be neck, it would be lower back, it would be low blood pressure, high blood pressure, any of those, not low blood, well, yeah, it could be. High blood pressure, expectant moms, lots of different reasons you wouldn't want to invert. Back in the day, and some styles would say if you're on your moon cycle, then you wouldn't want to invert, changing that flow of energy, right, as you let go of some of the old. That's a whole other conversation. Anyway, you could be here. And remember, once the hips are up, the head stays, the drishti stays towards the sky. We don't turn our head side to side. So if you need to look at something, come down and then come back up. Then the next option would be to walk your feet onto the wall with the bottom on your block and reach long through the arms. The reason the mat becomes great is because if your hands or your arms start to slide with the blanket, you don't have any grounding there, the mat can give you that sticky support, which is great. So this is the next option. And then from here, the next progression is thinking about side body long, inner body bright, shoulders onto the back, bring one leg up. And press firmly into the wall with the other leg. And then switch, bring the foot to the wall, extend the other leg up, press firmly into the wall, reach for the sky, reach long through the arms, and then release. And you could continue with that, or bring both legs up, supported shoulder stand. I love supported shoulder stand. I also love shoulder stand, but this is just so you get the same benefit without the risk. So if you don't know your students, you know, giving them so many options, whether it's legs at the wall, waterfall pose, supported shoulder stand, supported bridge, or, you know, these variations is great. Sometimes it's nice to play with that scissoring action of one leg and one leg. Almost a little bit of the halasana, the plow stretch, not full, but just moving the toes back toward your head. Big stretch. And when you're here, you could also play with Sukurandrasana, which is the pigeon, right? The figure 4. And you use the wall to press into the wall, and then you open up into the hip. It's a nice restorative posture. A little bit of an inversion. So I'm doing that on both sides. If you're not watching, you're doing just one foot across, dorsiflex your ankle, and just move into that external rotators of the hip. Use the wall. You know, you could walk higher if you need a little less intensity, or you can walk a little lower, more parallel to the floor with your shin to get a little deeper intensity. And you reverse it the same way you take those micro progressions in. So if your legs are extended, you bring one foot at a time to the wall, and then one foot at a time to the floor. And then lift the hips, take the block away. Unroll to the side. So that's supported. The next option for full shoulder stand, very similar setup with the blankets, just without the wall. So like I mentioned, you know, I love the wall. I think it's great. I think it's a little more accessible for some people, and there's a lot more progressions you can go through so that the students have options on where they'd like to call home. If you're taking shoulder stand off the wall and you have your blanket stacked or blanket, that's where this hold comes in. And you could even start with this. I'm going to choose not to, just because just time. And we've already done it. But you could put the block underneath if you'd like, and maybe even stay there. And remember, if you want to look, you need to come out it and look before coming back down. Okay, so the head's on the floor. Got a little distance between the fold of your blankets or the mat that's folded over, which is going to give you a little more grip. Now, the thing about having the block underneath your hips is that when you lift, it's a little easier for core to get the hips higher, right? Especially if you got a couple of blankets underneath. That said, you really focus on the inner body bright, proud banker, even a little bit of a wrap of the shoulders. And from here, I would do the same thing. I would teach the progressions of lifting up into bridge or putting the block underneath the hips. Now I'm starting to rethink this just so that I can give you the little more of those progressions, those mini progressions. The block underneath the hips, whether it's the mid height or the low height, totally up to you. Stay in supported bridge or bring your knees up. The knees are up. Think about drawing the front ribs in. Inner body bright, sides of the waist long, sides of the back are active. The latissimus dorsi need to work. And from here, you can stretch the legs, still put the block underneath you. Or this is where core work comes in, and it's like a reverse, it's a deep pelvic floor muscle work. I'm trying really hard not to look at you to talk because it feels weird to talk to the ceiling. But remember, If your head's down and the support of your shoulders is giving you that foundation and your feet are lifted, then and your hips are lifted, then you don't look anywhere except for the ceiling and the sky. So root down into the forearms, pull the knees in, and lift your hips. From here, bend your knees. Think of that work we did earlier. And walk your elbows in. Root down, side body long, inner body bright. Front ribs move in. And maybe keep your knees bent or stretch one leg up. Bring the knee in, other leg up. Hands on the low back. Keep lengthening. Maybe extend the legs up. Palms support the back and lengthen. Side body long, inner body bright. Shoulder stand is one of the few poses where we plant or flex and press the balls of the feet away. The soft and steady drishti towards the toes. Oh, round. Back of the neck is long, soft, soft breath. And to come out, I mean, you can still play with the splits, right? It's fun. Or, if you've got lotus in your practice, you could come into lotus. Lotus is not part of my practice, but Baddha Konasana is. Wide angle. The knees come in. And slowly, using core strength, release down. Slow, slow, slow. One foot at a time to the floor. If you've got the block underneath you, take it away. Take a moment. And the counter pose for shoulder stand is Sharvakasana, is Matsyendrasana, fish. I'm going to do two variations. So you could roll to your side and come on up, or you could press into your upper arms and elbows and come on up. So I'll teach the more traditional version. Actually, I'm teaching a modified traditional version. The full version is your legs lift and your arms lift, and then you've got the back bent and resting on the back of your head. It's a really intense version. I'll teach a variation of that, and then we'll teach a restorative version of it in a moment. But from here, just take a moment and just let things slump. Belly, jaw, your neck. And then press into your hands, side body long. Banker, proud banker's going on. Elbows bent. Lift up, front ribs move in. And then straighten. Oh, just a little tricep work. And now release down. Just a little bit of just a pumping just to release because we had those arms working. With the palms down, right underneath your hips. Stretch your legs long. Press into the balls of the feet and start to move your bottom over your hands. Press into your forearms. Side body long. Lift. Think about the shoulder blades moving onto the spine to help lift the heart. And the head could fall in a pre-fall, right? So we've been protecting the neck so much. Don't stop. Draw the chin toward the chest. Lengthen. So imagine you're like holding a small peach. Press into the balls of the feet. You could stay here or continue that slide and bring the top of the head, the back of the head towards the floor. Keep lifting and lengthening. Nice, smooth breath. And then lower your head. Walk your arms out from underneath you. a moment here. You could have your legs extended. You could have your knees on the floor, your feet on the floor. You could soles of your feet together. To allow some of that soothing, quiet, calm energy to continue. If your legs are out like mine are in bound angle, just help your thighs or hands on the thighs and help your knees up. Gently roll to one side. So Matsundrasana, counter pose for shoulder stand. Shoulder stand, we've flexed into the front body, and Matsundrasana, we open up into the front body. A great restorative supported fish is either with a couple of blocks or with a blanket. So I'll show you both setups. I taught an 8 a.m. class Monday, Wednesday, Friday for years, almost 2 decades at the Y, 18 years, I think. And when I taught this one so many years ago, this was I would see this posture a lot when I'd walk in the morning. And I thought it was interesting, just that reclaiming of length and opening up a little bit of that energy of a back bend. So the first setup is it's a little deeper. I'm not going to say more intense. I guess it could be more intense too. But the setup is either going to be low height and low height, or low height and mid height, or mid height and mid height. The one for your head will never go up that high. So if you need more, then you need a couple of blocks, a little stronger, stable base. But okay. And then depending on, but I'm just going to go low because it's restorative. This one I'm going to do mid just because it feels good on my neck, on my head. So this first block is going to go, you think of the inverted triangle, right? So the point down towards your spine and the broadness across your shoulders, and the scapula, and then narrows down on the spine. That's where that's going to hit, right in the thoracic and right between the shoulder blades. Okay. Once you've got that one in position, then you bring your head onto the next block. So I like this second height. The first height feels a little jammy to me. Sticky, that kind of jam. Yeah. So, but for you, it might be perfect. All right. So instead of putting your hands underneath your hips to support you, you're utilizing the props. And again, your knees could be bent, feet on the floor. You could extend your legs that full. I'm kind of got, let's see if I can push basket away. You could, if you have blankets, you could even take the blankets and put them on the outer thighs and have a little nest build up. So that's option one. If you love it and you want to stay and you want to revisit this video later and try the other option another time, feel free. If you're like, I could do more or I could do less, then come on up and try the blanket option. Either roll to your side or shift and come on up. The blanket option, you'll take your blanket and accordion fold it. So you can stay in the block option if that's great. I mean, I love that option. Like I said, so many students love it. If you're taking the blanket option, you're going to fold it like an accordion fold. So it's going to be back and forth, just a few inches. And folding it back and forth is going to create a strong support for your spine. So just get a few of those folds in. the folded edge, not the fringe edge. If you've got a fringe, the fringe edge is going to be towards the head, away from your tailbone and your spine. Since I've got blocks, I'm going to utilize those too. Put my blocks by my hips. So my butt's on the floor. The blanket's right up against my low back, my spine. And when I come down, I've got the support on either side of my my back, right channel on my spine. Then, just as a little sweetness, take the top fold and make a little pinch for your neck, the cervical spine. There's that little curve, right? And that's it, right there. Again, you can have your knees bent. You can have your feet out a little bit and let your knees come in. That's going to open up the sacrum a little bit. Where we had our hands when we first started our practice together at noon today, right? That broadening through the lower back. You can have your legs extended like Matsyendrasana, the fish pose, or you could even take the feet together, knees apart, Baddha Konasana. This is where I'm adding the little blocks, just as like little door stops. So my hips don't have to flop all the way open. I can allow a little bit of a, kind of like the riverbanks, provide the structure for the flow. The quieter practices, restorative, yin, nidra, allow for a deep soothing of the nervous system. It's like the upgrade, right? The unplugging of the appliance that doesn't work, and then you plug it back in, or you reset the circuit breaker. Same idea. This allows things to reset. It allows for a great way to let go of stress, and too much stress in our life, constant stress in so many different ways, shapes, and forms, causes an overproduction of cortisol, which is a hormone that's used for our bodies to get us out of stressful situations, right? Burning building, tiger chasing you, but it doesn't differentiate that part of our brain, the limbic part of the brain, doesn't differentiate between burning building, chasing tiger, or traffic and being late, or paying the rent, or COVID fatigue, or kids in school or out of school, or all of those every day, many times a day stresses. So that buildup can keep building up. And so this is a really great way to reset and to let go. And yoga does that as a whole, but the restorative quiet practice is really deepen the invitation. From here, bring your legs in, help them in, knees up. Soften and mindfully move on to one side. And slowly come to a seat. Our time is very quickly coming to a close. So and I've done this in the past. There's some restorative practices in this module. You could go and find, I don't know the date, I'd have to look them up. I'll see if I can find that. And if I do, I'll reference it next week. But I don't have time to go into a full restorative sequence. We're just going to take a couple of yin postures. You could make them restorative if you have props. If not, it'll be more yin where you're getting a little more into muscle. Yin tends to be a little bit more work and a little more effort. And the restorative is allowing props to make the shapes for you to move into. Take pinwheel your right shin so that it's parallel to the front of your space. And your left shin so it's to the side. We can talk closed hip, open hip for a minute. Your left leg is an internal rotation. The inner thigh is moving and the hip is ahead. And your right leg is an external rotation. Your right outer hip is opening and your hip is a little bit more to the side. Just taking notice of that. And even here in this asymmetrical place, find some symmetry. So it's going to be a little bit different. You can't be exactly symmetrical in something that's asymmetrical. Just take a moment to find it. Dorsiflexion of your ankles, toes toward your shin. And think about as if you were standing on your feet. Press into the outer feet and pull the energy up the inner. And that might even intensify some of that work in the outer hips as well as in the inner thigh. And I can even feel it into the side of my back. It's interesting. You could stay here or you can fold forward. And in a forward fold, the tendency is we round and get a little bit of that cat tilt, but we want to keep the dog tilt and extension. So maybe with gecko fingers, you walk forward or press firmly through your palms. Or if you've got the props, let your hands rest on the blocks or forearms come down. And then even from there, you could make it a little more restorative. Blanket or blocks up a height. Bolsters are great too. And bring the forearms down. So whether it's your hands or forearms, just really focus on opening up into the hips and even into side body long. Some of that, especially the latissimus dorsi in the sides of the back in handstand. There's a lot of stretching that has to happen, a lot of turning on those muscles and a lot of lengthening that's going on. Right now, just instead of thinking about turning those muscles on, think about the side body long, inner body bright, but by way of nourishment, of allowing, I've enjoyed the sun the last few days. Maybe think of that soaking up. I just went and laid on the grass yesterday. Oh, so nice. Just soak up. Just think about the cells of your body just soaking up on the cellular level, the nourishment of allowing yourself to be. And the breath to move in and out. If we had more time, I'd probably let you stay a little longer. I might even have you move. Even it's in a restorative practice, I like to sequence. It's one of my, it's a favorite thing to do. But for now, just come back up. And mindfully take your legs to the other side. Begin again with the observation of the similarities and differences between your sides. Your right inner thigh now is, and your right femur is an internal rotation, right? The head of the femur, your thigh bone, and the acetabulum of the hip socket. It's working. Toes are dorsiflexion, ankles toward your ankles at dorsiflexion, toes in toward your shin. And then the left leg is a deep external rotation. Think about that as far as warrior one and warrior two. Or downward dog with one leg up and open to the side as if you were preparing somebody. I think it was Ellen that asked about wild thing. So something along that line would really, this would reiterate some of that length there. Think about lengthening through the hips, side body long, and walk your hands forward, whether it's gecko fingers or palms, whether there's props involved or not, totally up to you, your practice today. I would invite you to try it a different way another time. You know, if you're trying it with, I've got props today, you know, you've got props, maybe another time without. If you don't have the props today, maybe next time forage around and find a couple of blankets and maybe a stack of books or blocks if you've got them. Think of here some of the nourishment on a energetic level, soaking it up. Moving back to the mythology of Shiva Shakti and the nectar, the amrita, the ambrosia, of moving from awareness. And Shiva's third eye opens, right? It can be really fierce and ferocious, fiery, but also intense and focused. And that, but also the soothing energy of the ambrosia as it moves down, the nectar of jnana, of wisdom, moving to the heart, and at the same time of the energy and the effort, the Shakti practices, power, moving up towards the heart. That sweetness, starting to understand the wisdom and that bringing together awareness and energy for a really strong, deep transformation. Take your time and come on up. Okay. You could come to Shavasana. You could do legs up the wall. Great restorative way to finish. I love, when I was a young mom, to get my kids calmed down. First we have to do some sort of wiggle dance and then we'd read, usually in a hallway, you know, neutral territory, girls' rooms, boys' rooms, or in my bedroom sometimes, and would do legs at the wall, and then I would read to them. And it was a really nice way to, hi Debbie, to get them to calm down, central nervous system, and that letting go sometimes. Restless legs for those of us that experience that thing. Another option would be Shavasana. Maybe put a bolster underneath you. You can make a bolster out of a blanket and a couple of blocks. Or if you'd like, and you've got more props, you could take a block and bolster and make a little nest. So just really quickly, I'll show you that if you've got it. Some firm pillows would work too, or folded blankets work. Create a little bit of an incline with your blocks. You've got heights to play with, so you can do that. And you've got a blanket. You'd unfold it pretty wide and then just really tight little roll. I'm going to show you straight ahead and then I'm going to flip sideways just to show you what it looks like. The feet come together in bound angle. The blanket goes over the top of the feet and tucks back by your hips and creates a little nest. Okay, so from there, just flip sideways. bottom on the floor. Blankets work too, instead if you don't have a bolster. And feet together, blanket over the top of the feet. You can also do it with a strap, totally different. Well, the same feeling, just deeper. Then you come down. It's a nice way. If you don't have the blanket, you could also use those blocks like we did in, I don't remember where it was. Blocks with the feet together and the blocks on the hips, whatever. Feel free to just create a little nest. A sense of warmth overall can drop you in a little bit deeper and soothe the nervous system. So maybe a blanket over your body would be nice. And we'll just set up for a very short yoga nidra practice. Yoga nidra means yoga sleep. We begin the practice of yoga nidra, which I give you the definition. It's kind of changed as we've evolved and more Western practices have come in, but there was Swami Satchidananda Saraswati first started teaching this relaxation, yoga nidra, yoga sleep. And from there, other relaxation techniques have come in. There's iRest, Richard Miller, yoga nidra. But this idea starts with the intention that you're going to move inward in this sleep, but still in a deep awareness. There are many scripts depending on the practice. It could be a simple script. It could be one for ease of grief or healing, one of balance, one of courage, joy. So there's lots of different intentions. Right now, as you begin your practice of yoga nidra, feel supported by the surface your body is resting on. Feel supported by the surface your body is resting upon. Allow your eyes to soften or close. Take time to settle into a position that feels just right, like Goldilocks pose. During yoga nidra, you're guided to notice and feel physical sensations, the breath, emotions, thoughts, and feelings of well-being or joy. To experience yourself as the witness of all of these comings and goings. Whatever you experience is perfect, just as it is. Now, simply rest at ease and follow my guidance. Even if you don't hear every word, that awareness and subconscious will take it in. During yoga nidra, welcome every experience as a messenger that is inviting you to explore sensations, emotions, and thoughts without trying to change, fix, or make anything happen. As you welcome whatever is arising, your body and your mind are learning to remain at ease. Your body and mind are learning to remain at ease while you discover the place within that is always at ease and peaceful, experiencing yourself to be unchanging well-being, witnessing presence that is welcoming everything. Now, Feel your body settling completely into stillness. Allow your body to settle completely into stillness. Bring attention to your senses. Notice the taste in your mouth. Bring your attention to the sounds around you. Notice smells. Notice any lightness or even colors behind your eyelids. Bring to your attention the temperature of the air on your skin, the touch of the air on your skin. Your senses open and alive. Bring to mind your intention for today's practice. How would you like to feel during and as a result of your practice? Perhaps a sense of inner peace, joy, vitality, well-being. Perhaps relief from physical discomfort, habitual patterns, or emotional pain. Perhaps to live your authentic truth. Your intention may be as simple as to remain alert through this entire practice. Whatever it is, allow your intention to emerge fully. Experience your intention as an ally, supporting you to be focused and alert throughout your practice and in your life. Affirming this and the feeling of your intention with your entire body and mind. This intention, this sankalpa, as if it were happening now in the present tense. Whether it's I am healthy, vibrant, I am full of ease, I am timeless presence, I'm a carrier of peace. I recognize the way the universe supports me. I ask for what I need. So many. Take a moment to set your sankalpa, your intention. And as you set your intention, as if it were happening in the present moment, in the now, allow your heart's deepest desire to arise within, something that you want more than anything in life. This may be a desire for yourself, for another, or for the world around you. Whatever it is, allow this longing to rise up naturally as your deepest heartfelt longing. Whatever it is, welcome and affirm your heartfelt desire in the present tense with your entire body as if it's true right now. Then set your desire aside and notice how it returns at the end of your practice or as you go about your daily life. Now, let the sound of my voice be your guide and support you in experiencing sensations throughout your body. As I name each area, you may feel sensations that are present or perhaps nothing in particular. Whatever you experience is just as it is in this moment. Take your awareness to your mouth. Bring attention to the sensations inside the mouth, roof of the mouth, floor of the mouth. inside the cheeks, the left, the right, the back of the throat, the tongue, the entire mouth as a field of sensation. From the mouth, move into the sensation of the jaw, little hinge in the jaw. From the jaw, take your awareness to the ears, left ear, right ear, the outer architecture, the lobes of the ears, the inner ear, right ear, left ear, sensing both ears at the same time. Welcoming the breath as pure sensation in the nose, the left nostril, the right nostril, both nostrils at the same time. Take your awareness to the eyes, left eye, right eye, both eyes together, a field of radiant sensation, sensing the forehead, the skin of the forehead, skin of the face, skin of the scalp, the back of the head and neck, inside the throat, left shoulder, left upper arm, left forearm, wrist, left palm, left fingers, the entire left arm, right shoulder, right upper arm, forearm, wrist, right palm, fingers, the entire right arm, both arms together as one field of sensation. Upper chest, upper back, middle chest, middle back, abdomen, lower back, the entire torso as a field of sensation. Left buttock, left hip, left thigh, knee, left shin, calf, left heel, left foot, toes, the entire left leg, right buttock, right hips, right thigh, knee, right shin and calf, foot, toes, the entire right leg, sensing both legs at the same time, sensing the entire front of the body, back of the body, left side, right side, sensing the entire body, inside and outside, as a field of radiant sensation. Witness and be aware of all that is now present in your awareness, feeling yourself as the one who is aware of everything that's present. First, sensing what's present, then experiencing yourself as the field of awareness in which everything is coming and going. Become aware of the body breathing, the flow, breath as sensation in the nostrils, the chest and abdomen gently rising as breath flows in and releasing as breath flows out. No need to change anything. The body breathing naturally and rhythmically. In breath, abdomen rising. Out breath, abdomen releasing. No need to change anything. The body being breathed, the body breathing itself. Be aware of all that's now present in your awareness. Feeling yourself as the one who is aware of everything that's now present. Sensing what's present. Then experiencing yourself dissolving into the being of the field of awareness in which everything is arising. Now bring attention to feelings that are present throughout the body, such as warmth or coolness, heaviness or lightness, comfort or discomfort, allowing them to blossom fully into your body. And if no feelings are present, as may happen, simply welcoming whatever is present. If it's helpful, locate the opposite of whatever you're feeling. If you're feeling warmth, find coolness. Heaviness, find lightness. Comfort, find discomfort. Welcome an opposite of feeling fully into the body. Now, welcome both opposites of feeling into the body at the same time. Warmth and coolness. Heaviness and lightness. Comfort and discomfort. Now, bring attention to an emotion that is present in your body or one that you're working on. Welcoming the emotion as sensation into your body. Inviting this emotion to unfold fully as sensation in your body. And if no emotion's present, there's no need to make anything happen. Simply welcoming whatever is present. If an emotion is present in your body, where are you feeling it? Allow the emotion to blossom fully while welcoming thoughts, images, or memories that co-arise with this emotion. And if it's helpful, allow an opposite emotion to emerge, perhaps recalling a memory that invites this opposite emotion into your body. Where do you experience this emotion in your body? Take your time, welcoming this opposite of emotion. Now moving back and forth several times between the opposite emotions, experiencing first one and then the other, sensing how each is experienced with the body. Invite both emotions into awareness at the same time now. without thinking. Simply experience how this affects your entire body and your mind. And now be aware of all that is present in your awareness, feeling yourself as the one who is aware of everything that's now present, sensing what's present, then experiencing yourself as the field of awareness in which everything is arising. Be attentive to sensations throughout your body of pleasure, happiness, or joy, or a sense of well-being. Or perhaps recall a particular event that invites feelings of pleasure, joy, or well-being into your body right now. Welcoming whatever emerges just as it is. Perhaps experience the sensation of joy as an inner smile that radiates from your heart. The essence of the heart smiling. And this smile of sensation expanding throughout your body, its entirety flowing into your torso, arms and hands, down into the pelvis, legs and feet, flowing the essence of a smile into the head and face, mouth, lips, and eyes smiling, the entire body, essence of joy, radiant and alive, the feeling of joy or well-being, or the sense of being okay, just as you are. And be aware of all that is now present in your awareness, feeling yourself as the one who is aware of everything that's now present, sensing what's present, then experiencing yourself as the field of awareness in which everything is arising. Dissolving into being pure awareness itself, open, spacious, being awareness in which everything is coming and going, awareness in which everything is welcome, just as it is. Everything just as it is, yourself just as you are. Now, return to the feeling grounded, the support underneath you, sense of security, well-being. Notice your breathing, easy and rhythmic. Forehead at ease and cool. Belly, hands, and feet warm and at ease. Bring to mind your intention for this practice, intention of sankalpa that you set. Perhaps noticing the formation of an intention for your life. Recall your heartfelt desire as a resonance, sensation in your body, experiencing it as accomplished fact in this moment. Imagine going through your daily life, noticing sensations, emotions, the opposites, thoughts all constantly changing, yet all the while feeling yourself as unchanging, spacious awareness in which everything is coming and going. As you take your time to transition from yoga nidra, transition to your alert and wide awake state of wakefulness, sensing your body, sensing the space around you, organic movement as it feels right in your body. Opening your eyes as you're ready, reorienting to where you are and where you're going, coming fully alert, wide awake. Experience the feeling of gratitude, the practice of yoga nidra, welcoming and loving yourself, experiencing yourself as timeless, open, spacious well-being that is perfect just as it is, and yourself as a whole, healthy, vibrant being, just as you are, and yourself as unchanging, spacious awareness in which everything is unfolding, and the understanding that you always know the perfect response to each moment as you take the time to welcome your deepest knowing. Take your time to transition to a comfortable seat. Cup one hand and allow the other hand to rest within the cup. Doesn't matter which, we'll do both. This mudra is known as Vayadavi Vaidava. Notice which hand is resting inside the other. So if your right hand is on top, right represents the masculine, the sun, the heated practices. Maybe that's a internal dialogue, energetic dialogue of that heated practice of alert awareness. And if your left hand is on top, that's the feminine, the moon energies, the calming energies, Shakti, Vaidavi, fierce aspect of the goddess. Maybe that's an energetic nod towards what you're feeling, or what your body is asking to cultivate more of. And to bring balance to that, just very mindfully, maybe even notice the transmission of energy. I always feel it so strongly. Just slowly circle, bring the other hand to cup. So now the bottom hand is the top. And think about that's the opposite again, right? Cultivating whether it's the energy, power of Shakti, the cool, reflective moon energy, or heated, fiery Shiva energy, intense awareness and focus, direction. Soften into your breath and soften your eyes. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for participating. Have a lovely week, a lovely day. Shanti, shanti, shanti. I'm available for questions if you want them. If not, they pop up. You can always reach out or we can discuss in the coming weeks.
Thanks, Kimberly.
Thank you, Kayla. Did today help?
Yeah, I think today's actually my last day, so I'll text you when I wrap everything up.
Oh, it's bittersweet.
I know, I'm bummed, but happy at the same time.
I'm so happy. Yeah, same. It's such a great, that's the opposites right there, right?
Right.
Love it. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Ray.
Bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Can I ask
You're
you a question, Kimberly, when you have a moment?
You can ask me right now if you'd like.
No, let me put my camera on.
Okay.
I missed the cue, side body long, inner body right. Can
Okay.
you re-explain that real quick for me?
Sure. Sometimes what happens, whether it's downward dog or handstand is where we started with that. Or, I mean, it could be any posture really. Mountain shoulder stand. We tend to kind of collapse into it and the sides kind of get overlooked. And especially when we're looking at inverting. Handstand, really strong, powerful handstand, headstand, or the quieter shoulder stand, we need side body long, inner body bright to create the foundation. So like if you think of our standing poses and Tadasana, right, a mountain of the stability of the feet, the shoulders and the back provide a lot of stability. Not to say that the hands and the forearms, if it's a forearm balance and an arm balance, doesn't, but that stability is really important, and we tend to lose it, especially when we flip upside down or when we get tired. So I could make that argument for probably any pose. So side body long, inner body bright. And when we were in shoulder stand, I said to shrug the shoulders, right? Because it kind of fits in that posture. Doesn't really fit here like this, right? If I say shrug your shoulders up, that's a lot. But when it's subtle, the cue of the proud banker.
Yeah, I like that one.
The suspenders or the farmer surveying the land, whatever works. But there's that of thinking of the suspender action of lift more than shrug. So again, I mean, content and context is everything. So that shrugging, I used a little bit in shoulder stand, but because I knew where we were going with it. But so instead of thinking of an external shrug, think of an internal shrug. And so the thumbs underneath your armpits, that shrug and lift, there's the side body long.
Okay, that makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank
not just take your thumb pits away, but keep that side body long. There's a lot of architecture there and structure through the connective tissue and the ribs and all of that strength of the core. And then to add to that, the inner body bright is the expansiveness, not just in the front, which is, I mean, we could tend to do that, and then we lose that blooping or that release valve, and dumping into the lower back happens. So side body long, proud banker, keep that even though you don't have your suspenders, but they're inner suspenders. And then inner body bright, front and back. And that gives such great awareness when we flip upside down, side body long, inner body bright, rather than that dumping in the shoulders. Or if we translate it to shoulder stand, side body long, inner body bright, and then that opening up into the shoulders, or in the front of the shoulders and the chest, to keep that stability and that groundedness as we bring the legs up, and instead of dumping on top of ourselves and losing that energy again in the lower back, we've got that structure through the sides. Does that help?
Yeah, very much so.
Good. And that works for downward dog too. I mean, it works for a side body long, inner body bright for warrior 3 or warrior 1, right? Or any of those poses. But again, those are handstand poses right there, right?
It's kind of a cue for axial lengthening, really, too, isn't it?
Total axial lengthening is exactly what the anatomical function. Yeah, it's key action right there. Absolutely perfect. You got it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for the questions.
Yeah, I'll see you on next week.
Okay, great. Have a great week.
Take care of you. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye.